Welcome, everybody, to the Carry to College powered by Stay Plugged In. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Chief. We've got ourselves a lot of young players ready to showcase themselves here today, and it's here in the game of Rainbow Six Siege.
And Scott, Stay Plugged In. We're a premier esports recruiting platform for college scholarships, and we're always hosting weekly events. So every single Tuesday, it's the Rocky League Turbo Tuesday. Every Wednesday, it's Valorant Road to Radiant, and every Thursday, it's Smash Bros. Ultimate Thursday. And if weekly events just aren't your flavor, Scott, we also have some lands coming up, and rumor has it you may be at one of them.
That is true. First up on April 9th or April 10th, it's the Catawba Campus Series. That's actually in Hickory, North Carolina. Then the Spinandoah Showcase. That one's actually in May. So you may have to wait a little bit longer for that one. It's May 7th through May 8th. That's in Winchester, Virginia. And then last, but definitely not least, the one that I might be going to myself, it's the Helix Recruiting Showcase in Foxborough, Massachusetts at the Helix Arena. That is on April 22nd through April 24th. And there's a lot of games being showcased there. League of Legends, Valorant, I think Smash is at one of those. Rocket League. There's a lot going on in these events. You don't want to miss those if it's in your area. Make sure to check those out.
And you know what? Since today is all about, helping high school students pave their way into college, today's tournament is all about setting the future for Rainbow Six Siege players. So let's start to talk about where we're going today. It's going to be four maps today. Pardon me. Four maps today taking place, all best of ones. And right now it's Coastal Live versus Moist A Clan, upcoming students in the high school ecosystem trying to pave their way into college.
Yeah, and considering this is a BO1 series, it is kind of make it or break it here, Brian. So
Hmm.
unfortunately, if you manage to take the loss, I think that may just be it for you. But you've already showcased your talent, showcased your prowess. Take that W. Do everything you can to find this victory and move on. I'm excited for this one. I think the map we're actually heading to is Clubhouse, if I remember correctly, for our first game. And I'm actually excited as all get out. You know, the amateur scene and how they play Clubhouse. So the question is, how does that translate to the younger audience?
Well, you know what? I think it's time to just rip away our tinfoil hats and let's actually dive into game. Let's start map number one, Clubhouse. Now, you and I, my friend, we've really been enjoying kind of the new ecosystem of Clubhouse because Clubhouse was a time, it was very default banny, if you will, right? We were seeing Thatcher just instantaneously removed, followed by a Jackal. And now, again, if we're using the professional play as our litmus test for Clubhouse, well, we're starting to see a brand new flavor of ban. We're seeing Habana, the queen of hatches, be prioritized. We're seeing Maverick, the king of just slicing and dicing away those reinforced walls. And with that extra flexibility, the attacking team, we've seen some, well, unique attacking lineups, including the oldest individual in the attacking scene, Mr. Thatcher.
Yes, very much so. I think one of the big things we'll have to talk about, speaking of Thatcher as a whole, has been the ban fairs, the veto period for Rainbow Six Siege. Not many esports have a ban fairs. Not many esports have that idea of removing operators or agents or selections. You see it occasionally in some smaller tournaments in Valorant. You can see it in League of Legends, but as an FPS shooter, it's a rarity to see a ban phase actually implemented. And that's one of the cool things about Rainbow Six Siege. But unfortunately, Brian, despite it being such a cool and rare occurrence in R6, it's usually about the same thing every time, especially considering the maps. It's usually Thatcher off the board. On the defense, you're talking about Valkyries and Miras. And for the map of Clubhouse, you're more than likely will see the Thatcher off the board. And the secondary ban can come down to Habanas. Some people ban Flores. It's not as popular on the map of Clubhouse. A lot of the time, you'll see them do go for the hard breach. Maybe they do want Habana off, and more importantly, at least in my opinion, Maverick off the board. And on the defense, it really does come down to that kind of Valkyrie and Mira choice. But it's make it or break it if you don't ban out Maverick. Because if you let Maverick stay alive for the attacking team to utilize, there's no way possible you're going to defend that CCTV objective. It becomes such a slim margin of chance to do so. You go from a 20% chance of success when Maverick is being played against you to almost a 90% chance of success when he's been banned out. It's a no brainer for me on this map, but I don't know. We'll have to see what these players do.
Honestly, did you read my mind? Like, you hit every talking point I have about Maverick. Like, I swear that I gave you a script or something, and you just,
You're
like,
not supposed to
read it
tell them about
verbatim.
the
You read my
script.
mind, bro.
Well, you're not so. You're not supposed to tell them about the script, Brian. Oh my goodness.
Ah, I forgot. You read minds. It is
Mm.
what it is. Now, I will say, we've been talking kind of a lot about, the band wave, but one thing that we haven't really talked a lot about yet is we are now on the new 9 map competitive pool. So Coastline was jettisoned away. It is now Theme Park making its return. It's also Border and Skyscraper. And why I don't really want to talk much about the map bans now, because I think we want to save that for a little bit down the road when we see those newer additions to the competitive pool. I want to talk about attacker repick and more importantly, how that is incorporated into the hard breaching lineup you're talking about, because now you can flex onto a buck, a capital for those pocket thermite charges, those baby little can openers, and now you don't have to kind of run the boring old tradition. Ah, it has to be a Habana. Ah, it has to be a Maverick. Now you can have some extra flavor and spice into your lineup.
And I think one of the big things a lot of people that have been playing the game for a long time that aren't maybe as competitive as others or in the competitive scene will look at this and look at the changes that Ubisoft makes constantly to the game to change kind of that ebb and flow of balance. Look at it and go, why is the attacking side constantly getting these buffs or talked about buffs like attacker repick or the idea that you can drone from beyond the grave, which was an idea touched by Ubisoft? I think they're still kind of wanting that option. It's because defense is naturally favored in R6. They have the advantage of turtling up. Their utility is typically considered a favored side anyways, because that's usually stronger than a lot of what the attack brings to the table, and everything on the attack has to be organized to perfectly counter or near perfectly counter what the defense is bringing to the table. An attacker repick is the first of probably many changes on a large scale that will really assist that ebb and flow of balance in the game of R6, and you no longer have to kind of wait it out to find what's going to work best. How do we counter specifically what you do? You can bring it because you can change directly to it. You don't like the fact they're bringing a lot of shields? Say they had the original Goyo before he got his Vulcan shields reworked. You say, okay, I'm going to bring a Flores if he wasn't banned in the ban phase. That's tons of destructive utility with those Rotero drones. It's not going to be a big deal. Maybe you didn't like your entry choice. You didn't want Iana with a Gemini replicator. I don't know why you wouldn't. I'm going to switch to Ash instead for the breaching charges. There's so many options for the attacking side to use that attacker repick successfully, and I'm so excited that we've made these changes.
Whoa, 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 time out, time out, time out. Did you just say that the team that is the one that is doing the action of sieging has a disadvantage for the
I
ones
know
that are
it's
being
crazy,
besieged
isn't it?
just
They
they just
really should
wait?
change the name. I mean,
Wow. What a concept there. But you're absolutely right, right? The defense also has the ability to set up their defense. They have 45 seconds of essentially extra time where you can create your own unique personalized team defense, and it's a burden the attackers to learn about the defense, create a strategy to break down the defense, and you have 3 minutes to do so. Now, sure, some people can point fingers that, hey, you know what? Well, you can use your drones during the prep phase. You really can't. Those drones are so darn precious that it's a wasted opportunity cost if you're burning those drones to figure out what operators the defense has brought.
I feel like a lot of teams, especially in the amateur scene, don't prioritize droning as much as others. And you see it occasionally. When I'm playing a casual game, the very last thing I want to see is a player actually droning behind their entries and playing the game like that. Because I'm sitting here like, wow, they're trying super hard. That should be the case here, Brian. That should be what we're seeing. You should be seeing your maybe your flank watch players droning ahead of the entries in the earlier stages, kind of giving a little bit of safety to allow for the rest of the team to step inside the map, and for the actual map and not just the spawning stage outside of the building, and being able to place down these air jabs, be able to place down the track stingers, whatever they want to use to watch the flank. They need to set it up because roaming in R6 is such a dangerous strategy. It gives you information, it can net you kills, and if you make it back to site with an even trade or beyond, it sets your team up for the later stages of the round. And notice what we've seen already. 3 out of the 4 that we mentioned for the ban phase is happened to go through. Mavericks off the board. Thatcher was second. It's usually the other way around, but not too big of a deal. Kaid being the one that we did not talk about, though extremely strong on this map. The Electro Claws, especially on Hatches at Kitchen. And then finally seeing Mira taken out. That leads me to believe CCTV should be a really strong objective for Most A Clan.
While it's going to be strong, they can bring out extra operators to make it even better. The problem with cache CCTV is how do you gather information when the East Plat wall has been broken away, blown up by the exothermic charge or the Hibana X Cairo pellets? Well, it's going to be through information. The operator, Scott, that you're alluding to that isn't in the ban phase right now, Valkyrie is available, but you could also bring out additional operators like that Echo. So in theory, the defense has so many ops that they can bring. They can put cameras and in elevated positions the offense just simply isn't going to be checking because they're going to be looking towards that head level. Defense can do a lot of things very well, and there's Echo being brought downstairs, not to CCTV, but to the basement.
All of dangerous positions about trying to pursue the attack on this map. Sieging the site, some might say here, Brian, is control over that kitchen
I see
hatch.
what you did there.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of avenues of approach, one of them being tunnel in dirt more specifically, and that's typically why you do bring a thermite. With the fact that they can have multiple exothermic charges, you can place one on dirt, basically get it done, because there's not usually a lot of denial in that direction in terms of hard breach now, like mute jammers and or exothermic charges or bandit batteries. And then you can also do one maybe towards Moto Hatch. However, because Maverick's not on the board, you kind of do need that secondary hard breach to deal with some of these hatches, and Coastal Kuro kind of switched things up just a little bit. Looks like Kinte is going to go ahead and switch over to the Ace. We saw Hirotoshi that was initially on the Thermite as well. They're switching to Sledge, and it's a fairly standardized lineup after the fact, but keep in mind, they now have no Iana, which means no Gemini Replicator, which means a lack of information that's as easily accessible as it could have been by bringing her, and the fact that they have Slush on the Zofia, Beretta on the Ash, and Hirotoshi on the Sledge, they've got a lot of frag potential. It just is a question of how much can they last and how many frags can they actually pick up while watching the flank, which they seem to have a big lack of cover for.
And you know what? I am still fine with the sledge because if you're going for just kind of the pure kitchen execute where you swing the sledgehammer, you force the defense kind of away from their power positions over into armory, well, all of a sudden the attackers they don't really need to gather information in the traditional sense. What they can do is they can just force those defenders out of their hidey holes, out of their cubbies, and now you can just hold from the hatch above, and the defenders really aren't going to be able to do much other than maybe land that Hail Mary Nitrocell, Hail Mary Impact Grenade, or Smoke Toxic Gas Grenade. There is ways to subsidize a lack of information, but Scott, if you start to bring out a roam, something that you love to talk about, well, that lack of information really starts to become a liability.
And you say I love to talk about roaming. There's a reason for that, Brian. It's because it's a good strategy and it's just my favorite. Like, who do you look at the most in a game? One, smoke. If there's anyone on one side, it's typically a smoke you're looking at because they have the toxic babes. Their life is arguably the most important at the end of the round. They need to survive and they need to stay the last 30, 45 seconds to send out those toxic babes and relegate back the attacking team from the direction they're approaching from. And yes, it's a very viable strategy and it's a highly important piece of utility. But who you're really looking at is the fraggers, the players that put their name at the top of the leaderboard and show up in the kill feed so I can say their beautiful names two, three, four, five times around, even if they happen to get that ace. And that's usually the roamer's job to do so. You'll see a Vigil out on that extended roam. Mozzie's with the Roni on the extended roam. There's so many viable options, especially on Clubhouse, where you can kind of replicate that SSG-styled roam to the extension to the third floor, dictate the map control, and really put the attack on the back burner because they don't have a roam clear, Brian. And if they start to realize that on the defense, then they could punish them really quickly.
I think I'm going to upset you just a bit what I'm about to say. This is coming in again from my experience as a collegiate coach is I actually look more towards the entries and how they factor in with the roamers because the entries will tell you so much about the attacking team's IGL, their communication, how efficiently they're playing that drone game because that will directly deal with the roamers, right? If you have a very competent entry followed by a very competent IGL who has this perfect system of clearing out the map actively with a drone. The primary entry is 3 seconds behind that drone. As soon as that droner says, hey, there's a dude hiding in this corner over here, the entry springs into action. They remove that player. And I love that interplay because the best roamer in the world can be shut down by the best entry in the world.
I can't disagree with that whatsoever, but at the same time, if the entry doesn't clear, then you've run into a problem because if there
Hmm.
is a long flank, if there's a player who's I don't know, maybe hiding inside vaults up on the second floor near Logi, they're hanging out, I don't know, maybe in gym where an entry wouldn't really clear. How does the attacking team deny the flank potential? They peek towards main stairwell, they look down towards the first floor main hall, and they catch all of the attacking team trying to clear out those floorboards to apply pressure to basement hallway, to clear out hatch inside kitchen, to have a player sent down the basement stairs as well. All of that pressure surmounted up to its boiling point, and you've cut the heat off. You've turned the temperature down because you've lost a man. No, make it two, no three, because that one decisively sneaky player holding that ratty angle who plays the last few moments, didn't get air jabbed away. No audio cue for their position. It's got to be adjusted upon. And we were all speculating at this point, right? We can say as many things as we want, but we don't know for sure, Brian. Things we'll have to see whether or not the defense and the attack can kind of counteract each other. I'm more interested in the fact that when we saw them pick in that map, we saw them not play the thermites. We didn't see them bring out the exothermic charges. We saw it initially picked, but the attacker repick goes through and the ace goes out instead. You see that more on the second floor and less on the basement.
And just a quick reminder to show you or tell you kind of where we're at. We had a rehost during round number 1. Since round number 1 wasn't played, we kind of have to start the game over. So we're going to be seeing the exact same band. So nothing new should be taking place. If it is, it's going to be a huge red flag there. But again, we're most likely going to see Maverick, Thatcher, followed by Mira Edcade, because that's what we saw earlier on. And it's also going to be Moist A Clan forced to go back downstairs to the basement.
I think what we need to kind of realize for the side of Coastal Crew, with the fact that Maverick is banned out, they've got to realize that there's more than one way to push an objective. There is.
Mhm.
When you talk about basement, you've got kitchen hatch, you've got moto hatch, you've got main stairs, you've got secret, you've got sewer, you have dirt. That is like 7 options that you can pursue the basement objective. Talk about the second floor for your what used to be considered the mainstay objective of CCTV and cache. It's not just the eastern suburb hardwall. It's not just the CCTV hardwall. There's also CCTV window, rafters, control, and garage. And you can push garage via garage door. You can push it from down at break. You can push it from the garage doors themselves by breaching those down. And you can go towards the southern subroof by going towards CCTV window and taking control of construction. Too many teams look at the game one-dimensionally. It's the point I'm trying to make, Brian. And we have to see teams adjust on the fly to what the defense is bringing to the table. And because of the limitations of the agents or the operators you can bring to each round, it makes it a little bit harder. But thankfully, the assistance with attacker repick is there.
So basically what you're saying is it's not a Valorant, CSGO, Call of Duty-esque map where you have 3 primary lanes, and from there, you kind of just have to choose your lane and push, and hopefully you have enough utility to do so. In Rainbow Six Siege, you have the ability to, in theory, create your own lane as an attacker, do exactly what you want when you want, and if you find a speed bump of a pesky roamer or a pesky defense, well, you try to call in your bulldozer and knock it down as quickly as possible. Now, my friend, as we were alluding to earlier, we're forced to go back down to basement for, I guess, the start of round 1.5.
Well, we'll just have to see how it goes. We're seeing once again Hirotoshi, who locked in the thermite previously, still going for the attacker repick to the sledge. And otherwise, it's pretty much the exact same staying bar, a couple different locations for their names there on the sides. So don't feel a little bit too confused that some things have changed. Slushy was initially on the bottom, now over on the second. I'm excited for this one. Brian, we finally get to see the action phase go underway. It doesn't seem like a major extension being employed with the most clan defense, and for the majority of the attacker spawn, it looks like they're perusing towards kennels, and that leads me to believe that they're going to play a little bit towards secret. I think the pressure they could apply towards secret and that boiler side of that maintenance blue would be solid enough of a way to keep the most clan defense at bay and kind of shock them. But notice the intel being gathered early by that drone we just saw. They noticed Beach all the way up on the second floor. That could be a huge factor if they're able to shut down that heavily roamed player with the 416C, a very solid rifle in their hands. That could set them up for the later stages of the round.
Beach is in quite a precarious position, my friend. If the 2 stairwells are droned and held by flanks, Beach won't be able to leave that top floor. Thankfully, they have the game knowledge to rotate to kind of an atypical angle, playing over by the billiards table. And a lot of defending teams usually attacking teams kind of set up a drone, and then they don't really mind it. And we're about to see that interaction. We talked about the entry following up by a drone. That's not going to be taking place for Coastal Crew Live, and they end up suffering the opening death, and Beach is just going to hightail it out there, going over to the party portion of the map where they can continue their lurk, and no Jackal on the side of Coastal Crew, so if they want to re-drone the map, they're going to have to do so with their drones and not through the Inox scanner.
Jan is looking to initially apply pressure towards blue, but from beyond that, there's a lot of still dangers present towards Kitchen Hatch. You can see them rotating over, and the reason why you're seeing that, and the reason why you're seeing these impacts being thrown upwards is to actually remove these X-Kairos pellets. Another one tossed. It unfortunately does not catch it. A waste of the first impact, but the second one finds its intended purpose. But There's still 9 X-Kairos pellets. Sorry, 0 actually. My bad. Totally misreading that one. They managed to bait out the majority of them. I think they still had the option for another 2, but that is basically now an impossibility to take control over Kitchen Hatch. Now the side of Coastal Crew Live has to adapt on the fly as their main avenue that they wanted to open up for themselves has been unfortunately fizzled away because of proper expenditure by the defensive Mosa clan. And even though we've only seen 2 impacts, well, really 4 impacts total being sent, but 3 impacts only making total impact and actually destroying out those X-Kairos pellets, that means DDFD didn't place those X-Kairos pellets as, I guess, how do we want to phrase this one here, Brian?
Efficiently.
Efficiently as they could.
Well, Coastal Crew still has a lot to deal with. They still have the beach roam. Now that's been addressed, but you have 20 seconds left on the clock. One hatch has been successfully hard breached, and Coastal Crew is going to have to link up together as a team and just push, trying to play the trade game. Shadows use their final toxic gas grenade. We alluded to the hatch play earlier, shutting down vertical pressure. Coastal Crew does a beautiful job at that, but again, time management. They have to go for a plant at odd angle, and this is completely vulnerable to a Moist A clan flank, but they don't know where it's going down. They're expecting a normal spot, and finally Flash puts a stop to those shenanigans, and Coastal Crew, a real valiant effort to bring that round back to almost a winnable margin, but at the end of the day, my friend, it was time management that ended up putting them in a bad position.
I mean, you kind of put yourself, it's not Valorant. You don't actually have to have enough time to put down the diffuser, right? You don't have to have that 5, 6 seconds on the clock. As long as you put it down, you can hold on to it. Even after time is necessarily dissipated, as long as you're holding the diffuser, you're good. But that tells the defense that, hey, they're planting. They're sticking this. They're running out of time. He has to hop on the diffusal, and there's 2 of us. He can't burn us both at the same time. We don't necessarily have to peek, but yeah, Mosta Clan were really in control for the majority of that round, Brian. They had that one from the get-go. They found first blood. They managed to find themselves a second pretty quickly afterwards on a DDFD when they started to engage on this site. And though while they did lose one player in that trade, the impact was still there. And to be frank, Coastal Crew Live was struggling in terms of time, not just in the last few moments, but to get open the avenues they wanted to approach from. They took a little bit too much time to do so. And I think one of the main factors for that was just Beach in general. Playing on the second floor. How long did Coastal Crew wait to watch their rear? There was no safety net. They were constantly worried about what was coming next. And because of them constantly looking over their shoulder, they paid the price and they ran out of time to get the job done.
Again, if you're dealing with a roam with 40 seconds left in the round, you're just simply not going to have enough time to do both the roam clear and your site execute. And this is something that Coastal Crew Live is going to have to realize going into their next attacking lane. It's going to be Gym Bedroom. And this bomb site, while you don't have to clear 2 floors simultaneously, it's going to force CCL to prioritize 2 sides of the map simultaneously. And Scott, what this does is it forces the attackers to put 1 hard breacher to the east, 1 hard breacher to the west, and simultaneously clear both sides. You have to open up spa wall, you have to open up a plat wall, and there are ways to expedite that. That could be grenades from underneath, that could be a buck skeleton key in the pocket thermite charges, but it requires a lot of simultaneous droning, and that can be quite overwhelming for an IGL.
I'm actually liking the patience we're seeing right now from Coastal Crew Live, though. Look at Beretta, who's hanging down over in stocks. I mean, they're ready with an 8 if possible. There's 2 in the pocket, and if Beretta can just keep their life alive, wait for their team to drone out on that second floor and ping out where any and all of the players from Mosta Clan will be lying in cash room, there's the possibility of an easy nade kill, a really hefty blow to the side of the defense early. Unfortunately, there's also a few safe places to sit inside cash room, Brian. Talking about sitting on top of cash table. You can sit on those objects, and it keeps enough of a distance separated between you and the nade explosive damage that you can actually manage to survive the explosion and be totally fine, basically taking no damage off the top. But talk about some early damage. Kente loses their life, but Beach and Shadow also lose theirs. A great trade for Coastal Crew Live as this time around they'll go up positive in the early engagement. And now that leaves only 3 defenders, mostly hanging on site, 2 alone in Logi to hold off against the full frontal 4 of the siege.
And Coastal Crew Live is moments away from rotating one of their hard breachers over to the west side of the map, over to Spa, and open up a brand new angle. It becomes quite a liability if 5 attackers pressure the 2 door frames, one of them a proper door frame and one of them rotation into the Logi soft wall made by one of the defending shotguns. And if you just start to stack up attackers, well, they might just be shut down by good positioning of the defense, even with the man disadvantage being demonstrated by Toe on the swing with a P10 Roni. While it doesn't actually find any damage, it alerts CCL that says, hey, there are still defenders over in Logi. This is something that we need to deal with, especially when the clock is starting to drop sub 30 seconds.
Jan finds major impact, takes two off alone with a Mossberg, and though while they managed to bleed another player in the process, it's still breakneck even now with that return by Jan. Unfortunately, now Jan is the last man standing. Slushy finds a very nice LMG kill to Flash. Now they're going for the plant here with the diffuser coverage from bathroom door, though, and Slushy finishes the job on a Jan man. That will be an attacker round win in a much more decisive manner and a lot faster implementation for their push than we saw previously. And I'd like to say, I think that's because they were playing from beneath as well as from above. They were ready to push red stairs as well as pushing through CCTV to take control over cash. A multi-directional approach funnels out the defensive player on red stairs and denies them of the retreat and gives you an outlook through cash. A lot of success is had there. That is a very well-bred strategy. If they pull that off again, it'll be interesting to see, but this is not the objective of choice to do it. CCTV and cash room, it's really hard to apply pressure to red stairs because this is the full defense set up entirely on these two rooms.
And as you were talking about the multi-angle push that we saw from Cash CCTV and from Red Stairs, it did more than just apply pressure. It allowed Coastal Crew Live to dispatch their utility. Two flashbangs were sent down range, disabling the ADSs, followed up by that grenade. And as soon as that nade found the kill, it was just a change of heart for Coastal Crew Live, and they're able to compound that into the additional kill. And from there, it was open season. Why I bring that up again is this is an opportunity to replicate that style of play. Since it's now a Cash CCTV proper defense, since we're actually going to that bomb site, we're going to see the exact same elements be applied to, once again, the red stairs, but also to garage rafters. Most defending teams are putting at least 1 to 2 Jaeger ADS in that position, and well, you're going to have to force away that player in that spot, and right now that's going to be Flash playing on the Rook.
CCTV hardball is one of the most annoying things to kind of pursue as an attacking team, especially with the fact that it's quite easy to bandit trick. And we see Jan Man holding close towards that hard wall with bandit batteries still in the pocket. Me and Reese recently talked about this, and we talked about how difficult it can be, and we had a pretty funny clip about it that's going around on Twitter right now. But from the looks of things, Jan Man is kind of prepping for it initially. There is no Thatcher to really deny that hard breach because of that ban. That makes it even harder for the attacking team to remove out that utility. They have to work from below. They'll use Beretta to do just that lifeline utility, having both a concussive blast and the impact. And they'll send both impacts actually to the floor, making sure to clear out any chance of those bandit batteries going down, but it only clears the floorboards. It doesn't actually clear the batteries that are in the pocket of Jan Man. So if he's feeling spicy, if they still want to push it despite the floorboards giving them a clean sightline to remove his head, they can still do exactly that and still deny the breach on the CCTV hardwall.
You know, that's actually really easy to do, especially when you have Beach flanking in through bar and you kind of force Coastal Crew Live to make an extraordinary play, just trying to push in through a window. And, well, Coastal Crew Live is now going to drop one of their attackers early on, and Beretta still had the lifeline, the stun portion of the lifeline, which could have been used to burn the ADS, because now Coastal Crew Live is going to find themselves in a predicament once again. How do we get rid of Flash? Well, you can use the attacker flashbangs, and that does some wonder, but the nades haven't yet found their target. There we go. Now Flash is off the board, and brand new control for Coastal Crew Live. They have a brand new avenue into sight, and Moist A Clan is going to have to do something drastic right now to shut down this play.
And just because they found a way into the site does not mean they still need to ignore the CCTV hardwall. The control it gives an attacking team is too important, too vital of a position to take control over to just give up on it. So that's why you see DDFD clear out the bandit battery, allowing for their thermite of Hiratoshi still sitting on the outside to go for the exothermic charge breach and open up that CCTV hardwall. Jan Man gets greedy though. They managed to find one, but Kente gets the refrag, and the reason why you see that extension, that greed, so to say, for that kill is because they were already in a bad spot with the CCTV hardwall being opened. It gave Hiratoshi the sightline instead, and unfortunately for Shadow, Slight miscalculation. Hirotoshi's already moved into sight, transitioned aggressively. Kinte from below, Slushy as well. Then Shadow's the only player left standing for Mosta Clan. They'll find one, looking for a second. DBNO Slushy with the Mossberg has to reload the SMG-11 in a close player. The sledge finds the head of Kinte, and that may be all she wrote. Slushy may not have the utility to pick themselves back up. They're DBNO'd. Might just be on its cooldown timer. 23 seconds left. Will they be able to pick themselves back up in time? No, there is no left. And that would be a round win for the defense. Mosta Clan hold on strong and take their second round.
What an incredible clutch there. I was almost about to write it off as another win for CCL, especially after that incredible execute into the garage rafters. I really want to highlight how difficult that is to do without the breach opened up on plat wall, because the defense in theory can play the head holes and just shut down the attacking team from pushing up the stairwell, the metal stairwell into rafters. And Coastal Crew Live played together as a roster, and they made sure that they're covering their teammates. Unfortunately, when they got towards the site execute, they got a little bit carried away, and they started to make mistakes. Something that we were talking about yesterday, in fact. One of the hardest things to do as an IGL is to say, all right, guys, take a break, take a breather, let's regroup, let's gather information, let's find out where these final defenders are playing, because if you don't, well, you could get clutched on.
Heading back to the basement site, this should be able to set Mosta Clan up nicely, but we saw how Coastal Crew still managed to get to the objective despite the difficulties they kind of met early in that round. And I think with the tempo that they've been able to maintain for themselves recently, the speed at which they've been able to set themselves up and actually gain multiple avenues onto site, and the recovery after the initial avenue approach falls short. That is the most important factor right now for Coastal Crew Life. Adapting on the fly, adjusting their strategies and their cohesiveness as the rounds progress, and then being able to, from there, step up and find more than just a couple frags to gain impact. And I think for the side of Coastal Crew Live, their adjustments to bring out the Twitch gives them information as well as the F2. They still have Slushy on the Zofia. Beretta's now on the Ash instead of the Ayana we had seen previously, or the Finka, sorry, that we had seen previously. And they still have a lot of entry potential with no real flank watch. They might just be leaving Kinte there using those drones to watch the flank, but I'll tell you one thing I've loved from the Coastal Crew Live team so far, and I think you would agree with me here, Brian. They drone a lot. They're using the most important piece of utility in the game to quite a high level of effectiveness.
I just hope that Beaches found out on the drones. Yellow Ping will confirm that. And now the hunting pack of Coastal Crew Live is about to pinch Beach, and they're about to make a decision. Do you fall deeper into the party portion of the west side of the map, or do you stand their ground? They're going to stand their ground, and Beretta walks on by, a huge miscalculation, and it could be Beach good for an additional one. They definitely do a lot of damage, but they end up dropping their life, and a good roam clear by Coastal Crew. They're still going to now clear out the entire map with so much time in pocket, Scott, that they can essentially do whatever they want with their sledgehammer and remodel as much as possible.
Hirotoshi, though, quite low on HP. That could be a dangerous thing, typically considering that a lot of defensive players will just spray through the floorboards, realizing and noting that there is a sledge or a buck in a lot of ways with Skeleton Keys clearing out the floors, and with little to no HP, any real bullet from any SMG or a sidearm should be able to finish the job. There's still two nades. The job's not done. They need that destructive utility to clear out some of the shields that are on this board right now for Mosta Clan. We know that Shadow had one in the pocket as well as Flash. That's at least two that they need to expend away. I believe it's the only two they actually have. None of them being cleared just yet. Hirotoshi tosses an aid from that hallway up above, playing pressure towards Church, and will try to destroy any all utility in that direction. Really just zoning, I think, would be the job to call it. And that's another important factor, to create the safety of a space that you can crawl through, that you can push through, that you can act on as an attacking team to put the defense on the back foot and make them uncomfortable despite the fact it's their objective.
So, my friend, there's still one roamer in play. That's Janman by Oil Pit. We've been highlighting the strengths of the Coastal Crew Live drones, and hopefully they spot out that individual, because a flank from behind might be the undoing of Slushy. Because Coastal Crew Live is establishing multi-angle crossfires and trying to pinch the bomb site as much as possible. As Toe is in this gunfight, Slushy breaks it down for free, and now it forces Janman to leave their flank and be more active in the round. We're waiting on the diffuser to go down as the bomb site has been fully compromised. The flank from Janman does bear some fruit, and the planter not yet identified with the red pings. It should be more or less a free kill. The Echo drones can help facilitate that final kill, and Janman, the flanker, not only gets the final kill, but they'll also get the defuse.
Talk about the ending of a defensive round win. Janman really trying to back up toe. And the more important fact is, you can bait your teammates. You can. It's not the worst thing in R6 to be a bait. Because at the same time, you lose that fight, even if you don't lose the fight, which is even better, arguably. But if you lose that fight, the information you have now given your team, if you can relay and communicate that effectively, has now assisted them to step above and beyond just that. Because they didn't drone out. They didn't drone out at all. And that was one of the things I talked about at the beginning of the round. Why was it that I compliment Coastal Crew live, and the next thing you do, there's not much droning? I think once again, they've fallen victim to the sixth man on the field, Father Time. They got victimized by the ticking clock in the background. They fell short, and once again, were too slow to act in the same decisive manner that they liked to do in the previous objectives. Thankfully, they can't play that one again. It's round 5. We're heading to the Master Bedroom and Gym site. Coastal Crew Live did a much better job on this one, even taking this one quite effectively. But honestly, I still think there's a great chance for Mosa Clan to step up because they have started to look solid on their defensive approaches, and they're playing straight the last few seconds.
And as you call the 11th man Father Time in this scenario, is there a 12th man? Could you consider the opening death, opening kill as being kind of the 12th entity in the server?
I think you could definitely argue for that. At the same time, like, why don't you just argue that, I don't know, audio is the 13th man, you know?
Well,
Why don't you argue visuals are the 14th man? I think at that
I'm
point,
gonna argue
we're
the 12th.
the 12th.
Because hear me out. So we've had 4 opening deaths since we're now going into round 5. 3 of the opening deaths have been Beretta, and those are the 3 rounds that Coastal Crew Live has lost. Shadow is the only player of most a clan to be able to suffer the opening death. That was back in round 2, the last time that we saw Gym Bedroom. And I know that's kind of like kindergarten level analysis, but it is a storyline that is starting to be established. If Coastal Crew Live drops one of their attackers early on, they struggle at the time factor.
That's what Kinte is doing right now. They've cleared out sewer. Place you talked about previously, oil pit, as some people call it. I think that's probably the more accurate call out for it. And you join it out. What?
I'm team oil pit.
Your team oil pit? It's basically the same thing. Yeah, I don't think either call out's really wrong. When you drone it out, you can then allow for a claymore to be placed. And there's a lot of places for a claymore, but that's probably the most effective one on this map in regards to denying any sort of flank, especially when your team's not been bringing any flank watch in the first place. So they're really relying on trusting that one claymore. But you know, you can also trust on an attack your gun skills. Gun up. Both players now on that flank towards Cash, watching the extended roam, Beach and Shadow. The extension falls short. Coastal Crew Live dominate, thrash themselves forward. And now it's kind of the death woe. So the Mosta Clan side to kind of try to swing themselves back in favor, curry the side to take the advantage. But with 2 players already off the board, the 416C Beach and the 9mm holding Shadow, that's 2 hefty guns that are going to start to hurt since you've lost them this early.
Almost an identical setup to the previous round, the last time that we saw Coastal Crew take victory on this map. The one change is Coastal Crew is going to have a full attacking force, and with that force, they're just going to be sitting on the highway windows while the rest of the attacking team begins to push in through construction and start to apply pressure not only to the door frame of the A bomb site from construction, but also into Logi. There's still a lot of things that Coastal Crew needs to do, but they've kind of buried 2 members of most. They're stuck in the bathroom. And if a drone of Coastal Crew Live identifies this, the plant can go down for more or less free. They're in the bathroom. How did DDFD get there in the first place? I'm lost after that one, and Slushy finds the 2 remaining kills. What a beautiful attack there from Coastal where they say, hey, let me make a play, guys.
I'm sorry. That was so funny. I don't know. I was genuinely... It looked like they teleported. What's that? Omewamo Shindaru is the line from like the animes that like teleport behind you. Oh my goodness, that was an impressive ordeal from Coastal Crew Live, losing only one player in the process. DDFT made major impact before losing their life. Not even just an even trade, but really making this one more enjoyable for us here in the booth as well. Coastal Crew Live now only one round behind. The more important factor is the question of who's going to come out on top at halftime. With the garnering of 3-round wins for most, that means that they're at least going to break even. Coastal Crew Live now picking up their second. They're one round away from at least breaking even at half as well. Possibilities are there for a 2-4 half, but this is a very likely 3-3 if Coastal Crew Live can just get that hardball open once again. They did a great job of it last time, only losing off of the last man on Mosted Clan finding a 2K in the final few dissipating moments of that defusal. I think Coastal Crew Live have a good shot here. They can adapt on the small mistakes they made. And just to be honest, they played better. And that round they attacked, it just came down to individuals for most.
But most A Clan, they did make some mistakes. Sure, they're able to win it, but it was off a superhuman clutch, as I like to call it. There was a lack of ADSs over in Rafters, and honestly, I wish most brought out an extra catcher operator. Jaeger's currently in play, but no Wamai and no Aruni being brought out, and poor Flash on the Rook is going to suffer a lot of utility like they did in the previous round. And sure, Rook is going to be able to take a nade because they have the extra armor. But still, it's not a comfortable position to be in, especially when you start to look at the fact that Coastal Crew has brought 3 sets of grenades, which means there's a total of 6 in play.
I want to point something out, Brian.
Hmm.
I have never seen a Rook played in competitive since they changed the HP pool system. That is a lot of health.
That is a ton of health.
That's 3 full bars of HP, Brian.
And technically, they didn't change anything, right? They just gave a number
Visual
value to
update.
something. Yeah, it's just a visual update. And Rook is a great operator, especially in the nade meta, because he's the only operator that can guarantee that you survive the grenade. And I was just looking over this like, how is there so much health?
Everyone has been padding it so far, and Beach took a lot of damage, but with the extra 25, 30 HP that they had available to them, they're still sitting above 50, which puts them in a really good spot to continue to stay alive in this round. They're able to escape the claws of death that Coastal Crew were trying to bring down on them, and so far the survival factor may be the most important one, with Coastal Crew Live doing a good job. A minute and 45 in, and they've gained control over towards Garage. Raptors not yet having been cleared, but it's only one player, and they already burned all of the ADSs that were available. With the fact that no Wamai is on the board for most, it means that it's an easier job by Coastal Crew to finish it. Great use off the pipe. Trying to bounce it up onto Rafters. Nobody there now, though, in that section. And while we have seen Flash lose their life, Togo's for a cheeky flank, and DDFD is watching that one, flinking at just the right moment, pouncing and cutting down Toes swiftly. And speaking of swiftly, Beach loses their life. Finally finished off by Beretta after the first bits of damage, and it's a 5v2. Plant ready to go down. Only Shadow just now finding one. A quick attempt there, but Beretta and Slushy find the last 2 and send it for a 3-3 half.
Ooh, that was looking tight once again. I thought Most was able to just kind of come back like they did in the previous round, where they were at the disadvantage, and all of a sudden, the SMG-11 bro is making the clutch play. It doesn't happen, and Coastal Crew is able to go to the half 3-3, and once again, what a brilliantly strong attack from Coastal Crew Live. Honestly, Scott, what it comes down to is their brilliant utilization of utility over at Rafters. The single ADS is simply not enough to overcome the utility usage that they're bringing. It is the full set of flashbangs, it is multiple sets of grenade, and even though Flash on a Rook can tank 1 grenade, when there are 3 flying in your face, you can have 1,000,000 HP and you're just simply not going to survive. From there, Coastal Crew Live makes an easy pass to the bomb site and easy post plant.
Now, when you switch to the defense, Coastal Crew Live have to kind of switch that mental, right? I mean, you've just spent 6 rounds trying to attack an objective, kind of falling short a couple times, but you really got to key in, especially after a full 6 minutes on each round, essentially, because you got to go through the prep phase, and you got to pick agents, and you got to do all the things. It feels like such a long time, but that's all time you're communicating with your team. That's all time that you can talk about what strategies they've been using and really start to key in on how most clan would like to play, and it can be the works same way, vice versa, for most clan on a Coastal Crew Live. This half, though, is a new foot. It's kind of thinking, well, if they played the attack like this, or if they played the defense like this, how do they play the opposing side? How does their playstyle translate now when they switch over? And for Coastal Crew Live, they're very methodical. They like playing to the last few moments. That would lead me to believe that they're a little bit more of an anchor heavy team. They like to have that simple extension, simple playstyle, and they're going to go for easier kills. They're not going to push themselves and spread themselves thin. Instead, they want the guarantees. However, for most clan, they like the extension. Their extension fell short a couple times, but the roam game they attempted was also quite sturdy, only falling apart truly in the last few rounds of that half. I think they're going to be a very aggressive assault. Not as methodical as Coastal Cruise, but I think they'll do a much better job of the flank watch because they've actually brought the Nomad, and I think they'll have more utility to dump onto site, which means they'll have an easier approach and take less time to dump out the ADSs and any magnets that would be available.
So far, Most has done a brilliant job of clearing out the map, using those drones to make sure that if there's a Coastal Crew Live defender lurking in a nook and cranny, they will be spotted. So far, nobody has spotted anything because Coastal Crew Live is more or less all in the basement. Actually, in fact, everybody's in the basement, and this is going to give the offense of Moiste Clan a lot of flexibility to kind of do what they want and set up their attack in any way that they want. They have the ability to open up all three hatches. They have the ability to have Beach swing the sledgehammer, maneuver the floorboards, and make sure that Coastal Crew, if they're playing somebody over an armory, well, they're just not going to have a comfortable time. And we still have so much time left this round. Honestly, Most is in a perfect position.
I think right now you have to think about how many directions most clan can push through. Coastal Crew, they're still of all five. The full frontal force to deny this, but talk about the map control that most have really been able to gain. They've got a player ready to push through Secret. Flash's life, his utility expenditure's done. Their job is done. They've watched the flank. They put down the air jabs. They now are a full player that's ready to push forward. And speaking of full players, Beretta finding a nice early kill. Already buries toe. And looks like the nades from above still have not managed to gain as much control that most would have wanted to be in this spot. But when you trickle down to the last 30 seconds, something has to give, and Costa Crew refusing to give it up first. Most have to push. They've got to get greedy. They're running out of time. Janman tries to peek forward. Slushy cuts it down quickly, and that's really off the fact they're using the Selmas against Most Clan. Two DBNOs, Beach and Shadow quickly finished off by Hirotoshi and Slushy respectively, and now it's only Flash left standing. The flank watch now relegated and done with their job. Unfortunately, the teammates couldn't finish theirs, and they fall just short. Slushy finds the final blow, and it's an easier said than done round win right there for the defense.
A four-way crossfire to shut down the flank watch, but really, the round goes wrong with the time utilization of the offense, something that we were mentioning a lot for the Coastal Crew Live attack. And we saw Most do a beautiful job of clearing out the map, establishing their control of the first two floors. The problem was what happens when you actually go for the execution of the downstairs bomb site in the basement. You have to funnel down stairwells, you have to start to drop a hatch, and Most simply wasn't proactive enough. They were just playing the vertical angles and kind of hoping that Coastal Crew Live would just walk into those angles. They were hoping that Coastal Crew Live would be overly aggressive. They would walk into the flank of the air jabs. They'd be walking into the vertical crossfires, and Coastal Crew Live had perfect discipline to not do so, and it forced Most to kind of go for a haphazard rush and just try to push bomb site as quickly as they can, and they were just shut down by the overwhelming odds of Coastal Crew.
I think overwhelming is a very great way to phrase it. The spread kind of defense we saw Coastal Crew employ, it wasn't a major extension over towards blue. Instead, just leaving up the utility and not really holding it directly made it so that most clan were a little bit wary about pushing that way. And to make matters worse, the fact that most didn't really get to use the utility exactly the way they wanted, it felt like they didn't have a backup plan, Brian. They used it, and then they lost it. And what do you go from there? You should have another strategy to go for. Ignore the stairwells to heaven. Eventually, that should get fixed. We'll just try to let that not happen from now on. Hopefully, we don't go to border today because that's even worse on that map because for some reason, we don't know how to make an observation tool. But that's not our fault. That's Ubisoft. But most clan, they need a backup plan. And for right now, they didn't have it. And that's why I think they lost round one.
Attackers have located a
Well,
bomb.
it's now time for Most to redeem themselves and rectify the mistakes they made in the previous round. It's a brand new bomb site, which means it's going to be a brand new day for Most. And just like in the previous attack, Scott, they look pretty decent. They're in a good position. They've already established a lot of control, and in fact, they're starting to use the lifelines in from Lounge to open up the plat wall. So bandit battery is now removed, the exothermic charge is now detonated, and Mosta Clan, they can go pretty much wherever they want. They want to start to push up the red stairs, where you have to burn an ADS to be able to do so, but that's not the play, Toe. You have to wait for your teammates to be pushing with you, and did Toe just try to walk down the blue stairs?
Maybe? This is a really deep room, though, from Coastal Crew Live. To have DDFD all the way down to the basement, it's not the strangest thing, but talk about what we saw from Coastal Crew Live. They watched Oil Pit. They watched that sewer stairwell. They watched the stairs that led up to the garage. They were aware of that possible avenue that the defense could go through, and they kind of prepared accordingly. And this is not an easy place to push up from, all things considered, Brian, because once Raptors control is picked up for Most Clan, there is a very unlikely chance you're retaking it, just because it's too hard to peek in from the very limited viewpoints you're able to gain for yourself, and it just makes it a little bit too easy for Coastal Crew Live to lose control and continue to lose it if most acclaim just gain it. But they're doing a great job. Already picked up first kill, toes off the board. You lose the Finka, you lose the nades, and looks like Shadow will also be cut down. A duo play between DDFD and Beretta, and that play from below works perfectly if they have not droned it, and that's what we saw.
So many ADSs, so many one by pancakes and
bomb has been
rafters.
located.
Most of Clan won't be able to push that position. They're gonna have to go direct into sight, and with a lot of time, not a lot of time left on the clock, and the attacking team kind of spread out to two different
Attackers
pinch
dropping
points. They're gonna
diffuser.
have to swing simultaneously to break down those crossfires. To the credit of Most of Clan, they do certainly swing together as a team. You see 3 simultaneous trades, but it's CCL once again with their overwhelming odds, just keeping wraps of their bomb site and preventing any type of insertion whatsoever.
The big thing about Coastal Crew. I'm not combining the teams right now. We're not making a merger. Coastal Crew Live, I think the big thing about them is their defense looks amazing right now. They're not giving up any angle, even when you start to think there may be a game of push and pull, which is a lot of what Valorant does come down to. It's more over just the pull from the defense. They're really baiting most of Clan into their lines of sight. They're saying, hey, yeah, you know I'm here in Rafters. You don't have the option to get through me because I already took out one of your players with nades. Your other nade player is a little bit too far away. There's no real chance for you to expend me. You have to gun up on me and run me down. Guess what? When you do that, though, I got a player watching the angle. It's a bait and a switch. They're giving a little bit, they give a bit of yard, and they take a mile. And that's the thing right now for Coastal Crew Live. They look really, really solid. And it's just a beautiful play by them. And most of Clan are playing into their hands. And they've got to change things up because the more you play into Coastal Crew's Live's hands, the more likely you are to get sent out of this map. And we'll run round away from match point now with
10
Coastal Crew
seconds to
hitting
go.
5.
And again, in theory, this is going to be the best opportunity
left.
for Most of Clan to find victory. This is the tertiary bomb site, and
Attackers are moving
you know,
out
if
to
we go
locate
with
a
the
bomb and
old
defuse it.
adage of Rainbow Six Siege, a tertiary bomb site statistically tends to be one of the worst sites. However, with the new changes at CCTV, which Coastal Crew Live won with ease, now that we're going over to Gem Bedroom, in theory, this should be an even stronger site for CCL, as the stairways to heaven, as you call them, have re-emerged.
Well, maybe this is truly the 13th man in the field, Brian.
No, that's just a zombie's new gadget.
Yeah, that actually,
Attackers
that's
have located a bomb.
that's not inaccurate.
Yeah,
That's
she
funny.
does make giant brick walls, and
Yep. Not it. That's not it, Chief. That's really unfortunate. Still, 5-on-5. A minute has truly passed. About 50 seconds, if you want to be a bit more specific. And there hasn't really been gaining a lot of control over the map. They have opened up Jacuzzi Wall, as well as the CCTV soft wall that was left undone. And while Toe will crawl into the abyss for just a moment to ready themselves within CCTV, there's still the extension to cache that has not been dealt with. A very slow approach by most Clan, who are going to go ahead and try to melee out some of these castle barricades, and that is a huge waste of time. About 15 seconds expended time, and even once you get it open, they've known you've been there for about 15 seconds. You have made the loudest noises on the planet, and it's easy to counteract it beyond that. Coastal Crew Live still doing a great job. 2 players on the side of Most of Clan hurt, and they've taken no damage.
Most of Clan has opened up the spa wall. And from there, you can open up the bathroom wall using one of the Selma charges. What that will require, though, is Toad to rotate over. And I think what's so difficult about the gym basement offense is it requires kind of this tango, if you will, of the hard breachers. They're forced to constantly rotate from different positions, and Coastal Crew Live is now going to suffer the opening death for the first time in 4 rounds. A good position for Mosta Clan to
A
be.
bomb
We're
has
talking
been
about the
located.
tertiary bomb site being one of those positions where it's a good spot for the offense to be, and they're going to put themselves exactly at that mark. And with no rotation into the bathroom, usually one of the strong points of the defense is actually helping them even more.
I think that's one of the things we're going to have to look at. Already able to find themselves a couple refrags back, flipping things back on its head, and you still have yet to remove Beretta from cash. To make matters worse, though, back towards site, Beat has been utilizing the jacuzzi wall that they opened up to find success. Jan Man as well. They've gained control over towards Jim. Only 25 seconds remaining. I do not know how they have not found Beretta in this moment. Somehow surviving just for a moment longer, and looks like Flash will transition themselves accordingly as well, knocking the hand clean off Beretta's shoulders and leaving only Clintay left standing. And Mosta Clan recover in triumphant fashion after a somewhat hard start. After they failed to clear out that side of cash, after they failed to remove the extension off of site, they just utilized what they gave themselves, the areas they were slowly applying pressure towards, but with no real plan to pursue it. Instead, they say, okay, we will pursue it. We'll go through Jacuzzi Wall, we'll go through Gym Window, and we'll get that plant down and flip things on its head.
It was adaptation, simply put, for Mosta Clan to be able to overcome that round. They realized that their con take was just not as efficient as they wanted, and they realized that they had a free avenue into sight coming in from the spa wall and
Attackers need
into
to locate
gym.
and defuse
And
as
that
many
was
bombs
helped
as they
by the
can.
pressure of the highway windows, the south-facing windows. Mosta Clan did a wonderful job of gathering information and creating a counter strategy to that information gathered. Again, something that you and I, Scott, have been talking about pretty much all day is the role of the IGL, and that was perfectly demonstrated by Mosta Clan. They see the opening, and they rotate the necessary attackers and resources over to be successful during the round.
I want to point out who I think will be the most impactful player now as we transition to the defense. And
10
just to be
seconds
frank,
remaining.
I think it's going to be Beach. And that's a weird thing to say. You're talking about a sledge when there's a
5
Habana
seconds to
and a
go.
Thermite and a Finka, more specifically, who's been so busted in the recent meta.
Attackers must
I think the
locate
sledge is
and
going to be the most
defuse the
important
bomb.
thing. We saw that be kind of the end-all be-all for Coastal Crew Live on their attack of the basement side, and why they were running out of time is they opened up the main hall floor. That floorboard is so easy to clear with a sledge, famous kitchen floor, and yet they still didn't gain enough safety to drop into sight. And even with the safety that you're able to gather, which is that basement hall, it wasn't cleared enough to allow them to step down through main stairs. And that was the biggest problem on their attack. And that's going to plague Mosta Clan as well, unless Beach can find impact, not just by clearing the floorboards, but with the nade utility as well. Whether it's to a shield, whether it's to clear a player themselves, whether it's to remove any bunkering positions of the defense, they've got to find that impact. They got 4 nades to do it, but 9 flashes to burn ADSs, and Beach had an opportune moment there for a little bit to actually find a roaming player of DDFD who is a little bit past their point, so to say, but they did not find it. Still breakneck even at 5-on-5.
Well, here's the vertical that you're talking about, and that sledgehammer is just doing Lord Tachanka's work. Just slicing and dicing away that vertical, and Coastal is going to have to be very cautious where they put their defenders, rotating away from that sledgehammer. Sure, you do have the deployable shield still in play in the hallway between the 2 bomb sites, but with the flashbangs already in hand and soon to be a grenade, that fixed position, that fighting apex position, I like to call it for Coastal Crew, that's not going to be long for this world, and the good positions that they once had won't quite be there. Unfortunately, though, nades are supposed to go towards the shield. It's bounced off now the rafters twice, missing its
bomb has
mark,
been
and
located.
that shield may actually exist. Again, you do have multiple sets of grenades, but it is very important to be efficient with that precious bits of utility.
Oh no, and the Toxic Babe is sent, funneling Beach back to the team. And unfortunately for Coastal Crew Live, while they were kind of all looking that direction, they managed to lose
Attackers
a
have
player.
located a bomb.
Unfortunately, Beretta off the board. A little bit of damage tag to Beach, but that's not an even trade. Now you're a man down and at the disadvantage. And notice what Flash is doing once again here on the attack, perusing from a different direction, applying pressure from more than one way. Is trying to get some tag damage off towards Church, only gets a damage taken to them instead. but no one's having felt. 45 seconds left. Brian, we're running out of time. It's trickling away. That sixth man on the side of the defense trying to call up clutch, and they desperately need it because Beach finally finds the necessary impact. Takes off one. Shadow finds themselves one as well. Make it two. A double kill to their name, leaving just DDFD left standing. They have to ace if they want to win this round. They've managed to find one, but beyond that, they're being bum rushed down, and Shadow ensures the kill with a bearing 9. It's an attacking round win as Mosta Clan come up clutch.
What is up with Abadas today? They're just
Greedy.
eating their G Fuel and they're running at people.
Oh my goodness, they just got the energy. It's so early in the morning right now, right? I mean, that's actually like 2 p.m. for me, but I'm sure it's early for you. You live over on the West Coast, so.
I mean, there's 2 minutes left in the morning. Oh, pardon me, 1 minute now left in the morning. So you can make that joke for 1 more minute, my friend. But
There we go.
I guess it's just the nanobots flooding in through Mosta Clan, just flying in. Hey, look, we're winning our gunfights. Why not just continue to capitalize? Now, maybe that could be a problem in the long run because we have seen attacking teams get a little bit carried away. And who put an Astra wall in my Rainbow Six Siege?
I'm not sure. The Cosmic Divide is definitely causing a lot of problems visually. Thankfully, it doesn't actually, cut down audio like it does in Valorant, but still quite annoying. I love how you still don't know the Valorant utility names. You just say Astro. Oh, there it is.
Cosmic Divide. My apologies. Again, I play proper FPSs like CS:GO and Rainbow. Just saying.
You're bad at both of them, but
I will say I also play Rocket League properly too. I've been carried to champ by only going for demos.
oh
Like
my
I said,
goodness.
I play like an FPS man.
You have your type of game. That's what we're seeing right here. It just fits that destructive personality you have, Brian. That's what it comes down to. I think it's quite funny though. It's essentially kind of is the Cosmic Divide of Astro, because the Cosmic Divide of Valorant, it blocks sight lines, and it also kind of muffles the audio. The audio bugs in R6 currently anyways do that anyway. So it's the full picture. We've got everything set up. We've now created a T1 esport.
That was brilliant. What are we gonna call our esport though?
Maybe Rain don't Six Siege, maybe something like that. I don't know.
Well, we're gonna have to workshop.
Yeah,
that.
we'll mesh it out.
We're gonna have to come up with a better name for that. Fortunately, though, Mosta Clan, they don't need a better name when their attack is just so darn good. They've already opened the plot wall. They pushed in through stock. They use the lifeline impact grenades to remove the utility from the wall. And they've also been able to not exothermic, they've been also to Selma charge their way in through garage. A lot of good positions, but don't look now. One of the two hard breachers, the Thermomite, they're dead.
Why'd you say it like that? Nade sent over the top. The magnets and ADSs have, thankfully for the side of Mosta Clan, been expended, and eventually they'll be able to pounce on a Beretta who's holding in Raptors, finding Impact Beach. There's no way you're going to be allowed to get away with this. Thankfully for the side of Coastal Crew Live, they only bleed one, but it was a very impactful one. They lose out Kente, a player that has a ridiculously strong weapon that they need to keep up. The 416C, one of the longest range weaponry they have, and now the only long-range weaponry they had on their side with the death of Beretta just before. It's an even 3-on-3, though, but from the looks of things, Mosta Clan are still looking to peruse the available options from down on the first floor, with Shadow's working from Rafters, Toes working from within Lounge themselves, and maybe trying to go up Red Stairs. They'll face the fighting force of Slushy first, though, and they'll have to eat the SMG-11 fire, trying to pick themselves back up with the Adrenal Surge, assisting their teammates one last time before dying quickly after. Flash finds a nice shot, refragging back Slushy. Shadow's peeking towards the side of Cash Room, taking a lick of damage in the process, but no decisive blow just yet. DDFD goes for the Nitro from below, finding huge kills, and it Deviant Flash, an easiest round win off the back of a Nitro from below. And it's from beyond the grave that Mosta Clan have to watch the fact that the defuse goes through, quite simply.
CCL now to match point, my friend, and I was about to say this might be the first round where we see the team that suffers the opening death able to actually win the round, but Mosta Clan while they suffer or they lose the opening death, they put themselves in a bad position, they just start to crawl their way back to a winnable margin. The 2v2 post plant was looking perfectly. The problem was when they entered into that post plant, my friend, they didn't vacate the premises of the diffuser. It's very important that you play a long range lines of sight to that diffuser to
Defenders,
essentially
protect your
make
bombs
sure
from
that
being
Coastal
defused
Crew
by
Live
attackers.
doesn't ever reach the diffuser. And Mosta, too close to the diffuser, end up getting DBNO'd by Nitro Cells from below. A critical mistake, and it's going to put Mosta Clan on match point. A single elimination BO1 tournament, it's critical if Mosta Clan wants to continue to move on in our C2C tournament, that they find a victory here.
It's kind of like, here's how I'll phrase it. Most of clan are looking down the bullet end of a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just for the fact that Coastal Crew Live have been gunning them down the
10
entire
seconds
time,
remaining.
as we are now 11 rounds into this, going into the 12th.
5 seconds to
But
go.
because they're sitting at match point, it is make it or break it for them. They either have to pull
Attackers
off the
objective
Neo
is
and
to locate
dodge
a
and be the
bomb and
one,
defuse
or
it.
unfortunately bite the bullet quite quickly and have Coastal Crew carry on and take this one in a 7-5 fashion. And just to be frank, this is a really strong defensive round for them as they're heading down to the basement. But we saw most of Clan push this before. It wasn't bad. They found some successes, but the biggest problem was the factor of those nades in the hand of Beach that didn't find the impact on the shield play that Coastal Crew Live are bringing to the table. However, their funnel in and their tunnel visioning towards main stairs and their attempted defensive prowess in that direction did cause a couple complications for the side of Coastal Crew Live. And there's obviously
Wow.
one here with DDFD going prone. I thought for sure Beach would fall, but they get a quick flick downwards and find the opening frag.
That was incredible. I'm in the same ballpark as you, my friend. I just assumed that Coastal Crew Live just got a free opening death. And, well, if that shows anything, the team that gets the opening death has been the team to win across the past 11 rounds. And, well, if that storyline is true, we're going to see overtime and we're going to see round 13. Unless Coastal Crew Live is able to do something that they haven't been able to do all season or all series long. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't drive your drones into Aruni gates.
I'll say it. That's such a casual thing. We do that in casual. I'm a casual gamer in R6, just in case you guys don't know. I play the game casually because not as much competitively. I cast it competitively, and I love the competitive environment. I'm just bad. We do that in casual because nobody drones in casual. Because why would you waste your drone in a mode that you don't use it? In competitive, in this, you're using the drone. It's the single most important piece of utility. It's impossible to state how vital it is to your success, and you just drove it straight into a Syria gate to essentially lose it
Bomb
quite
located by
instantaneously. It's not the right idea.
Wow.
Oh.
Beach so close to finding somebody around B number one, the box number one, and bad trigger discipline doesn't end up landing that kill. And one of the things that, again, you coming from Valorant, you know how important trigger discipline is to help find those kills. But most of Clan still in a very solid position. Again, they were trying to leverage their positioning of the opening kill. But things may be starting to go sideways once again with Toe's TK in the middle of that round. And, well, the execution of most of Clan starting to stall out. The Selma charges detonating on the triple wall of Church, and it's going to be Jam
Attackers have
pushing
dropped the
into an
bomb
otter angle, but it's now just Beach and a 1v2 in through Dirt Tunnel and 30 seconds to play with all drones still in pocket, but the diffuser on the other side of the map.
This is the top fragger now for the Most Clan side. Unfortunately, Kente kind of overextends, somehow living with a fraction of their HP. About 2 total to their name.
15
Beach going to
seconds
try and
to go.
transition over towards utility. Looking to the back of Church. One player in Moto, one player holding quarter, and Kente survives the initial fight to thrive in the second, finding the headshot kill with the 416C, and sends the defense of Coastal Live straight to the next map. They'll take it all in a 7-5 fashion. Extremely close game, Brian. To a degree that we cannot undervalue just how good of a game we just happen to watch here in our Carry to College series.
Well, it's carried to college series, but carried to slushy. 17 kills to their name. CCL, Coastal Crew Live, really had a lot of help from one of their primary entries, a superstar player making very impactful plays. But what I have to say is round 12 was the only round where the team that suffers the opening death is able to win the round. It was 11 rounds in a row where the team that finds the first kill is the team that ends up winning that round. And I really have to admire CCL for overcoming those odds when it probably matters the most. On match point, Well done to them. They're going to be moving on to the next round, my friend.
Yes, and this was actually our round 2 game that was already ready to go. There was only one game in that first round that was available, and that one should be getting done and finished pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to jump on to the next one as well. Maybe another round 2 game. I don't know for sure just yet, but we'll talk more about it when we know for certain what game we're going to. So make sure to stay tuned. There's plenty more R6 action available tonight. We'll have to see who ultimately takes the W here in the Curated College Series here, sponsored by Spin. Stay tuned for more R6 action. Welcome back, everybody, to Carry to College. It's powered by Spin. My name's Infernosis once again, brought to you also with my great friend here, Chief. And I think we have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. We're jumping straight into the next one. We're already in the band
Woo!
phase. Actions going forward. It's Baby Back Boys versus the Team of Legends.
And look what map we're on, my friend. I know this is your favorite map, so I'm gonna let you. What map are we at? Where
Crunch
are we?
delay. My favorite
Woo!
map. Yes.
Also, one of my favorite maps. Now, I won't say it is my favorite because I am a theme park bank stan, and we are in the new competitive 9-map pool. But I know Chalet still my top 3 in the map pool, and you know what makes me even happier? Look at these bands. You're not a fan?
Thatcher being banned out, I like that because it's normal. Zofia being banned out, Jaeger, they're having fun with it. That's what it comes down to, and that is fun to see. That is good to see. I'm a fan of knowing that these teams are going to have a good time. Unfortunately, only one of the teams had a bit of the trolly veto bans, as we like to say sometimes, but still, I still think it's going to be a very fun time. Who was it that banned? Was it Legends that banned in the middle too?
Oh, no, it was Baby Back. That just did
Was
that.
it Baby Bang? All right.
Yeah.
That matches their name. That matches their name. They're having fun with it.
And if these names in the lobby, especially on the side of Baby Back here, unfamiliar with them, they're pretty much ELO warriors and T3 ranked as well
Attackers need to
as
locate
the
and
tournament
defuse
circuit.
bombs.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, you have some very standout names, I mean, including Tabled themselves.
Tabled, Nyx, Not Rust, Nightmares, Centrix, the side of Legends. You've got Young Bubs, AS Luna, which is my favorite hand cannon currently in Destiny 2, G-Man, Avner, and Attack Polar.
Ooh, should be fun. Again, I'm excited to see what's going to happen because I really want to analyze this, if you will, about the Zofia Jaeger bound. And I know right now you're kind of like
10
rolling
seconds
in
remaining.
your seat right now. You're frustrated with it, but let's be 110% honest.
seconds left.
The LMGE is the new menace to society, and a lot of teams, both
Attackers
in
are moving
ranked
out to
and
locate
in
a
the
bomb and
competitive
defuse
ecosystem, are high-key crutching on the Zo LMG.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that whatsoever. If it's not the Zofia LMG, it's a Finka LMG. There is a million possibilities for these weapons to just peruse their way on, and it took one bullet by Not Russ to take out Attack Polar. One single shot to do it. I was looking at it saying, I was about to mention, there's 100 rounds in that mag, in that clip. 100 rounds, and they have
Bomb located
201
by
extra in the
attackers.
back pocket. It's strange they have that extra one bullet, but apparently they only need one bullet. That one bullet pays dividends. Now they essentially have 3 full reloads with that LMG to continue to pound the hurt down on the Legend side, and losing your Melusi this early spells disaster for the rest of your game.
Yeah, especially when Baby Back Boys are pretty much already in the threshold of the bomb site. I mean, they're here the first 50 seconds, and now they're continuing their artillery barrage from below, while simultaneously they're pushing the site at the same time. It's a very difficult position for Legends to be in, but Luna's good spot with a 1.5 time sign. They're calm, cool, and collected. They realize that Baby Back Boys are trying to be hyper-aggressive, and one of the ways of shutting down an aggressive roster like Triple B is to play those long angles and force them to be over-aggressive.
Nice nade tossed out. Doesn't really find as much impact as you necessarily would have thought, but it still gets the kill eventually. It was cooked for quite a while. I'm actually shocked it managed to stay for that long, and it really flushes out the player holding near that bathroom door. Not only that, but it also creates a bit more space. Notice G-Man from down below, playing with the Vigil, playing stealthy, a drone watching from behind, and that really is a Baby Back Boys kind of play. When you try to play around the T3 amateur scene, you kind of get a good experience for what a lot of players want to bring to the table. If you snuff out there's a Vigil early, you know that flank must come through. And notice the last 2 players for Legends are their roamers. It's a Oryx, my favorite operator in the game, besides maybe Ying and or Caviera, and Vigil. It's a very heavily roam present lineup, and they only made it back to site after the whole team dies. Notrox finding one, Centrix finding the last, and an easy cleanup for the last 2, and we'll see an attacking round win.
I think that's the hallmark of what Triple B is going to be using all series long. It is going to be the full send aggressive play. And when you have this level of comp experience on Baby Back Boys, they are going to do what they do well. They're going to just take heads up gunfights and they are going to pressure the bomb site. And what a lot of teams don't realize is you can force a lot of errors by pressuring. Now, unfortunately, I don't really know a lot of ball sports. I can't really give a lot of analogies to traditional sports, but I'm going to make a race car analogy for the F1 fans. It's like being behind somebody, you're flooding their mirrors, and they spin off track because you're just pressuring them so dang much. That's exactly what baby back boys are trying to do.
Well, unfortunately, I think we'll need a bit of a rehost here as Nyx's game is frozen and the player disconnected and lots of problems. It's just a normal Ubisoft thing here for Rainbow Six Siege. These problems occur. Thankfully, they get buffed out eventually, though unfortunately, it seems to be 6 months later. We'll have to see how necessarily that rehost goes down. It should be pretty fast, though. Let's talk about Chalet and the many difficulties that comes with it. First is mezzanine control for the defensive side. Whether you're playing in on the Master Benjamin office site, which you have a very interesting statistic, I'll let you go ahead and say that real fast about the defense on that objective.
28% defending win rate for Master. In professional plays, again, 6 invitational, so maybe a smaller sample size, but it is still a unique stat. It's the worst bomb site if you factor in anything over 20 plays.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about the fact that that objective, which is kind of the mainstay objective of most teams, especially in the amateur scene, they almost religiously play it, right? It's crazy to think that, but no. So that objective obviously not working out. You really see Kitchen come into play as well. That's a difficult place to go through. Mezzanine is not as big of a importance in regards to that one, but Bar is quite a heavily important place for Mezzanine. You have to get rid of that Library Hall player. You have to deal with Ego Window Peak. When you talk about the basement, roaming players on that second floor with Mezzanine can be quite deadly if they like to play from within Library, and that's not being cleared up by the attacking team, which is rare, but a definite possibility to say the least. There's a lot available for the defense to maintain control over, and it all starts really and truly from Fireplace, as that's a major contender for control on this map.
You know, the more and more that we watch downstairs in the basement, the more and more I start to enjoy that bomb site. Because when we first came to Chalet, when it was reincorporated back into the competitive map pool, teams were just so linear and boring with it. But now we're starting to see new flavors of sometimes you push in through the exterior wall, sometimes you push in through the big part of the basement. I mean, there's so many things that we can do. We actually saw that yesterday in our CR6 broadcast, didn't we? Where we were saying sometimes the attackers go purely snowmobile, sometimes big garage. Honestly, downstairs in the basement, kind of, it's really Chalet is their oyster.
Yeah, I feel like I mentioned this yesterday as well when talking about us doing CR6. I feel like when Chalet first came out, if you played the basement objective, or you even mentioned as a caster that the basement objective was good, you'd be
Got fired.
lambasted by chat. Everyone would rip you apart. I would get added on Twitter like, "What are you talking about? You have no idea what you're saying." Yeah, shows you, guy with 20 followers. All right, like I know what I'm talking about. The basement site is fun. It is really easy to hold on to as a defensive team. It feels like it wouldn't be because there's so many points of pressure that are applicable for an attacking team to pursue on, but they're not solid. They're kind of weak. You're saying, well, we have 5 routes, but none of them are sturdy. None of them are concrete. They're kind of give and takes, and you kind of give up too much, more than you typically take. And it comes truly down to a game of gunfighting, and the defense has the advantage there. They may have weaker weapons, but they have shields to hide behind. They have the element of surprise. They know you're going to come from this one breached wall. They know you're going to come from this one door. All they got to do is wait for you to step up and swing it for the insta kill.
Alrighty, so since we're on this conversation, what do you think is the best bomb site in the entire 7 map competitive pool before we saw the new
Ooh.
maps added?
Are you saying my favorite or the best one?
Give me both.
Okay, my favorite is Kitchen Dining at Villa. I think you've known that one.
Yep.
Just so reminiscent. It's nostalgia. You always see pulses, you see castles, cab cans. It's just the old style year 1, year 2. That's why it's my favorites. Now, in regards to what is the best, I would darn near have to put up Oregon's second floor objective onto it. I feel like there's multiple avenues, but there's really only 2 strong ones that you can take. But there's still viability for that. And with the fact the defense does have a major advantage for us, I feel like it's probably the most even objective we can think of.
So going to, again, the 6 invitational, actually 3 of the bomb sites on Oregon were attacker sided, 46% win rate for dorms upstairs, a 44% win rate for kitchen, and a 42% win rate for dining. The only bomb site that had a positive defending win rate was basement with a 63% defending win rate, the second highest in the entire 7 competitive map pool, and the highest going to a 65% defending win rate over into Church Arsenal. Now, I will answer my own question. My favorite bomb site is Bar Bar, though, on Clubhouse.
Ooh, yes. Bar is really nice. I really like Coastline's objectives a lot because in Kitchen,
Penthouse.
Penthouse is fun. Penthouse, but nobody plays Penthouse. Nobody
They
plays
do
Penthouse.
now. They're playing
Not
it
as
more
much though.
now.
Yeah, but it's not trickle down. The trickle down stratonomics of R6 amateur scene has not gone far enough, right? So the
And it
collegiate
won't.
players, it won't. Yeah, collegiate players aren't comfortable with it. The amateur scene at T3 is not comfortable with it. Even CL isn't really comfortable with it just yet. And it really just seems to be a strategy that only the best of the best, the cream of the crop, are really bringing into the table. So can really count it? I mean, you can say the same thing for Cafe with mining, right? Pro teams sometimes utilize it. I've seen some collegiate teams kind of touch it a little bit, but truly, it's a good objective, but it's not an objective for everybody. So it kind of becomes a niche choice, and that's kind of a problem with a lot of tertiary choices on a lot of maps.
Well, since you brought it up, mining and dining has a 54% defending win rate. Technically the best on Cafe, but it also has the lowest play of
Yeah.
35 out of the 312 rounds played. So I don't know how statistically viable we consider it. Again, super small
Sample
sample
size.
size. Yeah.
Anyone take AP statistics back in high school?
Yep. Yep.
Yep, that's how you do it. It's not a large enough sample size. I think it would need to be about like what 80 to be considered within that size of group. Like they would have to have a certain amount. But
Well,
I'm always not a math person. You are though.
I am. So 80 actually is selected. So the next most played. Oh, hello. We're back. By the way. So 80 rounds were played on kitchen service, which was technically the best of the bomb sites if you discount mining and dining. And I love stats, but I love referencing these statistics because again, while we are currently in the amateur ecosystem, it is a good litmus test for kind of what we can expect and what we could expect. Because let's be honest, both semi-professional CL, collegiate, and the amateur ecosystems, they copy and paste, if you will, what the pros are
Yeah.
doing.
It really does come down to I cracked the joke of trickle down stratonomics. That's definitely what it
Yep.
is, right? It's a lot of reusing, rehashing the same things over and over again, and it really starts at the top level. And you see the same thing in a lot of esports. Valorant's the same way. The only esport I can think of where you don't see that kind of trickling down is maybe League and maybe CS, because in
Mhm.
CS the strategies just come down to the basic play the game mode. It's different in Val because of the expenditure of abilities that changes the game on a base level. And then for League of Legends, it's the fact of the matter is the skill level difference just makes it so that the pro strategies aren't viable at any level but the pro, maybe the level right below the pro. But it's definitely the case here for R6 because there are gunners in the T3 scene that are hidden, kind of not known, unaware of their own prowess, so to say. And the second they're old enough, the second they're viable for CL or for NAL, they get picked up quick. They are scouted fast because anything that can change the game, bring fresh blood, new eyes, can be a very influential factor and change the entirety of NAL.
I mean, Newers fits exactly that, right? Recently graduated into the 18 plus category and instantaneously promoted to Pro League. Skipped CL altogether, and Newers was considered one of the best entries in the amateur scene. And it's going to be Asian, Ashen, soonly promoted. Gunner, I think, just turned 18 as well. So we're going to see the freshman class in CL and PLB, these just incredibly mechanical players.
Yeah, I've casted Pro League talent.
One
I
X
mean,
cast and newer is actually more than one X. Plenty of
yeah,
time. So many
yeah.
times I can't keep track.
It's super nice though to see these players get the recognition they deserve. And, it's really just off of, like I said, fresh eyes, new looks, and unfortunately for a lot of strategies in R6, that's not the case. It's a lot of the same old, like we've been mentioning it. Chalet is one of the few maps where there is quite a lot of difference, where there's a disparity between what you see in different styles of play. If your team's a little bit more methodical, then on the defense, garage isn't always the best way to go. You maybe don't want to play the basement side. Maybe you do prefer going to the second floor or just losing one of the other objective is not really worrying about the second floor because it's a weak objective, like you mentioned. But it just comes down to it. In collegiate, you're going to see second floor. You're going to see master bench of an office. You're going to see it because it is pretty good. It really comes down to what attacking styles are being brought. And there's two main ones you see in collegiate. One of those is big window control and trying to push in towards Solarium. The second is trying to breach the mezzanine hard wall, smoking out of office, and planting behind short wall. That's really the strategies available to you. There's not much beyond it in collegiate, and that's a huge limitation to the game, and that's why defenses can be a little bit harder to get past in that scene. But once you start to utilize the windows out on rafters, once you start to utilize piano window, once you start to take control of bathroom, once you start to push from both directions, work from below as well in kitchen, it basically makes it impossible as a defensive team to stay strong.
And I know we've been talking all about Rainbow Six Siege because today it is all about Rainbow Six Siege, but Stayed Plugin does do more than just Rainbow Six Siege. On Tuesdays, we have Rocket League, our Turbo Tuesdays. Wednesday is Valorant Road to Radiant. Thursdays are Smash Bros. Ultimate Thursdays. And Scott, we actually do have something new that we implemented this month back on the 14th. That's going to be the Spin Leaderboards, a way to kind of have you, the viewer, start to participate more into our platform, build some community interaction, and also earn some points. And in fact, the highest level point, that's going to be a free LAN ticket, my friend.
Ooh, and those lands are coming up soon here, Brian. There's quite a few of them. There's obviously the Helix Recruiting Showcase. What about that one last year? Had a lot of fun casting that. A lot of cool faces. Really nice to meet everybody. There's also the Spin and Darrow Showcase coming up in Winchester, and then the Catawba Campus Series in Hickory, North Carolina. Those are coming up in April. Two of those, the Helix and Catawba, and of course, the Spin and Darrow one is coming up in May on the 7th and the 8th. So if you want to be able to get yourself into those, kind of like I'm trying to get myself into those in a different capacity, Brian, in a different capacity. I'm not a player, but I play the game a little bit. I dabble occasionally, but I'm sure everybody's trying for the chance, vying for the opportunity to compete at a local event, something that has definitely not been a huge possibility in recent times with obvious problems that have occurred.
Isn't it so exciting that we're kind of getting back to normal, if you will? We're coming back to the old LAN environments. I'm so excited to see these LANs, and I know there's a ton of collegiate LANs coming up, and again, it's just so cool to be seeing the community who's been cooped up inside for a couple years now, able to say hi to each other. Because at the end of the day, really, Scott, the reason why we're here is because we adore the community.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things we have to keep in mind as well is it's not just events over on the East Coast, like the majority of those three are. There's also some on the West Coast, like the RLCS one's going on right now. I'm not sure why you're not there. You said you dabbled in Rocket League. Now, you played it like an FPS, but you dabbled in
I don't
Rocket League. You could be
play
hanging out. You could be
Recently,
hanging
I
out with
auto
everyone, Brian.
recently I auto-selected the Merc, and I just run at people. I try to aerial demo everybody, and that's kind of been it. Like, I pretend like I'm the Zofia LMGE and the Finka, and I have all my nades, and I just run at people and demo. It's so fun because you get reactions out of people. That's really what it comes down to.
Oh, reactions are definitely a part of the game. I would always react like, why? Why?
Yeah, exactly. But the more that you do that, the more you encourage me to keep doing it. That's the thing
It's
that
true.
people don't understand about
True.
all chat. Like, there are some all chat warriors, some of them who actually happen to be in this lobby right now, who will sometimes say some things to sprinkle in some extra salt. And honestly, when you get tilted, you do play differently.
The mental is a huge part of esports, Brian, and I think a lot of people kind of undervalue how important the mental health is. Not just like as a, keeping yourself mentally sane, but also as a, you've got to have pretty thick skin to go into esports. I think everybody in any sort of gaming community kind of has to have some level of thick skin, just because there are people out there that definitely kind of proliferate a toxic environment. But if you start getting chalked, then you start to play at a little bit of a worse level. You maybe overextend. You try to say, okay, I'll just get this frag and it'll be totally fine after that. The mental will be okay. I'll recover. That's not always the case, and a lot of the times you kind of breathe too quickly and lose your life, and you kind of have to adjust to the point that we stop letting ourselves fall victim to our own ego, to our own hubris, so to say. Do not fly too close to the sun. Do not let those wax wings boil. Try to keep yourself grounded and in control.
Well, we're definitely grounded this round. We're going downstairs to the basement, so you can say that we're underground right now. And again, this is a mob site. But I'm just speaking facts. I took geography, and I'm telling you that we're underground.
Actually, it looks like we're on a mountain right now, so I feel
We're
more
the
like
Fridge Alps, to
we're
be
above
fair.
we're above sea level. So are we truly underground, right?
Yes.
Like,
To be
oh,
underground, it means to be that you're underneath the surface. It's not like that we're in like it's not sea level.
all right. Well, I'll let the dictionary brood over that one for just a moment. Well, now that we're pursuing once again the basement site, I'm more interested to see what Legends is bringing to the table. They have a Thorn out right now, Brian, and you've mentioned that Thorn can be quite viable, but there is a select heft amount of limitation, and I think a lot of that's kind of circumvented by the very close hallways and the slow pace that's being forced by the defense to make the attack stay within that utility.
Well, those thorns are not long for this world because of the great utility of baby back boys who are doing the attack that you like the most. The North over, starting to remove utility not only through nades, but also through the explosive R6D drones. And from there, as soon as Selvas rip away the wine wall, you actually have multiple avenues of the site. The deployable shields are one of the key strengths of this site, but I don't see any more deployable shields at all from the Legends defense because they've all been blown away. Now, if you're a defender of Legends, how on earth do you play this bomb site? You have to play it so far away that it's difficult to do, or you can get the luckiest smoke of your life and dish out a ton of damage.
Oof. Yeah, and since she was just lying in wait within it, unfortunately, we have a
Attackers have
problem.
located
An
the
oopsie,
diffuser.
maybe?
Attackers have located the
Apparently, we
bomb.
have a maybe an all-around win here for Vapor Force. I'm not too sure, but we see that it's now 3 versus 2, made 3 versus 1. Nyx with a double kill, making a triple. Maybe they were just standing there though, because no, they were. That's well-deserved kills there by Nyx, as they not only found 2 and then
Wow.
3, they got the Banshee as well. An impactful frag to remove the utility, and I think we have a. I think it was already supposed to be a round win for Bayback Boys, but them taking it is none too shocking. But there is a player missing for Legends now, so the question remains: what's the plan for that? How do they adjust? Pause and wait for them to get back, or another rehost necessary?
You honestly talk amongst yourselves, and we talked about the frustration factor.
Attackers need to
This is
locate and
probably going to
defuse as
be
many bombs as they
added
can.
on to it, right? You've just been on a very extended break. Your mate just dropped away, and now you're going to have to maybe play 4v5. It's not a real comfortable position, but you know what is a comfortable position? See your beautiful face again.
Cease. Oh my goodness. We're having a fun time. That's what matters. I'm hoping the players will eventually start to have their fun time. I know things can be bad. You mentioned taking constant breaks. It's hard to get momentum behind you. And that's really what it comes
Truly.
down to. You get pauses in a lot of games, or Valorant being one of those. You typically get a pause every half, especially in Pro Scene. If you don't use it, you're losing it, right? And it's great to not only talk things through for a while, but it's also good to stop the competition's momentum. But there's obviously going to be some anger in this scenario. These aren't pauses like that. They're unfortunate, problems that occur inside of Rainbow Six. Happens anywhere. It's not nobody's fault. But the problem remains that it's stopping the momentum of the team that's been able to take rounds, right? Baby Back Boys, they want to keep up the pace. They take a round win. They want to keep that momentum, and it's being stifled as these problems occur, and that can definitely be a little bit demoralizing. We have to hope that they'll keep calm and talk things through throughout these breaks.
And especially on the side of Legends, because they need to play a style of defense that prevents Tabled and company from playing aggressive. Because baby back boys want to be hyper aggressive 24/7, 7 days a week. They are going to be flying into the bomb site. And I'm actually surprised that we're seeing that much utility usage from them, but they're using that utility to take more map control and keep those gun barrels alive, constantly clicking heads. While I know you're not a Thorin fan, I think there's a time and place for her, not necessarily for like a cap kit as get kills, but for an extra early warning detection device. Plus, she brings a deployable shield, and that's something that honestly we can't overlook.
I feel like for the basement, though, the complication is with the fact that you know where they're coming from. You
True.
do. Like as an audio device, as an oral listening audio cue, it's not really necessary. The shield's about the only reason you would bring it. So I feel like maybe Thorn's not the best play in the basement. Thorn can be played probably any of the other sides. In fact, I would recommend it on any of the other sides. If Thorn is loud and you can play it in a league, go ahead and utilize it. But It just doesn't make as much sense in the basement site where it's really obvious where they're coming from. And one of the only areas I would value it being placed are maybe on Blue Hall stairs when you're trying to watch that blue elbow and you don't necessarily want to peek it. Get the audio cue from that utility on stairwell instead and try to use that as a way to facilitate a refrag back, a quick peek, and be able to take off that attacking, approaching player's head.
And I mean, if we're talking about the deployable shield game, who would you rather bring, Scott? You can, Smoke was already in play. You can bring an Alibi. You can bring an Ella. You can bring a Lord Tachanka. And honestly, the latter might be the most interesting. I mean, if you need to waste time and you have somebody flying at you like Baby Back Boys, Lord Tachanka and Smoke might be able to waste plenty of time.
I feel like Smoke's a solid choice. I feel like maybe putting one of your roamers on Alibi would be a solid choice as well. One of the reasons, and we touched on this yesterday, so we can kind of retouch on it, that basement was not wanting to be picked is because people were viewing the attack to have such an advantage, but that was before defending teams started to utilize map control to their advantage in flanking in towards that main stairwell. They love to catch them off guard in Basement Hall, and that is the most important strategy on the defense to catch the attack unawares, and that's why a lot of attacking teams really like using track stingers and or air jabs in that direction. But even then, it's such a short stairwell. You can shoot it and instantly turn, and then it becomes an easier gunfight for you on the prowl than it is for them to quick flick over and get the refrag instead. So I would say an Alibi. Have one of your roamers put down the shield. They're assisting. Even if they were to die early, they're still assisting and facilitating a strong defense because their utility expenditure is steadfast, on site, readily available.
And since, my humor is terrible, I'm going to make the same joke I made yesterday. If you told any Pro League players from year one when Chalet was a thing, saying that you could effectively and efficiently roam on Chalet, they would say that you're lying and stop the cap.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just the way the game changes, right? Year one's an entirely different beast to year 35, it feels like we're on at this
True.
point, right? And while we went from players who put really hard walls on things and players who occasionally looked at somebody's heartbeat to players that feel like they now pull out a satellite and can crash into the earth and they have technology that looks like it's from the year 3035. I mean, it's still strange to see viability from those year one operators. Power creep is a major problem in esports in general, and it definitely plagues Valorant to a degree, and it did plague R6 for a while, but I'll give Ubisoft full credit. There are still so many viable older operators that are on the board, and I'm talking about age. Kaid has always been viable when he came out, but I'm talking about old as in the year they came out and were released in that are still viable. And that power creep is not as readily apparent, and it almost feels like some of the more recent operators we had don't have that much viability, like Thorn, who's kind of viewed negatively. Osa was, people were scared of them when they came out, but now Osa's not really played as much as they could be. And finally, the last one is definitely going to get played, but more than likely banned away.
And I think what you're alluding to is Ubi has constantly done a good job of making sure there's a time and place for every single operator in game. I think you'd be hard pressed to tell me that every operator does not have a time and place. Like I can make an argument for each and every single one of these characters being viable given a certain scenario set, right? Like there's always going to be a time and place to incorporate them in. There's always going to be a time and place where a certain operator is going to be better. Like people talk about Lord Tachanka versus Smoke all the time. And people are like, oh, Smoke is 110% better. Not always. There are some nasty angles. Back when Consulate was in the play, in the map pool, you could prone from Lord Tachanka from a perfectly safe position, either from cafe downstairs on Chalet or in from security. Never expose yourself and permanently deny default plant for well over a minute. Something that a smoke toxic gas canister could never do.
Anything you can do, I could do differently but better, as some would say. It's definitely really been the case. In Valorant, I hate always having to allude to another esport, but it's great to kind of see where the health of your esport is in comparison to others. And for Valorant, everyone has their set roles, and you can kind of fill those roles pretty well. Duelist, Initiator, Sentinels, you're talking about what their job is meant to be, but some people stick out of that. You talk about Chambers, kind of more like a duelist in a lot of ways. Doesn't really fill their role that well. Skyak can initiate, but truly they are kind of more of another duelist option if you have lost that early player. And it's the same way for R6. There's entries that weren't necessarily made to be entries, but have kind of fallen into that role. But everyone has viability. There's very few. I could maybe pick 3 out of a hat inside of R6 that I would look at and say I would never see them. Rook would probably be one of them. right? We
Do we
obviously saw it
sub
earlier.
already?
But, like, talking about the viability, you just don't see Rook in a normal competitive scene. And it's the same thing with Doc, especially with Thunderbird's choice coming out. That's why Ubisoft will eventually probably make adjustments to older operators. They do it all the time. They balance around it. Like Finka, she's going to get nerfed. She's going to suck next. I guarantee it, right? They're going to overtune her and they're going to have to readjust her back. And it's just the name of the game for R6. It's an ever changing meta, but honestly, it doesn't feel like the meta changes as much as you would expect it to with the major operator differences.
But hear me out. How do you let's go to Villa, for example.
Okay.
How do you deal with 3 sets of grenades? Do you let's say that you're playing in planes and games or in trophy. How do you deal with those nades? Do you expand your defense downstairs, leave yourself vulnerable to a rush? Do you stack upstairs and go for more of a traditional? Because you're always going to have a weakness. There could be a very good argument to bring both Doc and Rook. Rook will prevent you from dying from the onslaught of grenades from below. Doc will be able to allow you to heal after the fact. And if you're going against 3 sets of grenades, the only operators in game that will guarantee you taking 2 grenades is both Doc and Rook. So there might be a time and place for them to kind of reemerge as superhumans, because you can't do that with a Thunderbird because their utility will simply just die to the grenades. And now, since you can't overheal, you're going to either die or go DBNO, and you're still going to be in a bad spot.
Attackers
So
need
again,
to
Doc and
locate
Rook,
and
the
defuse
only
bomb.
ones capable of currently guaranteeing your safety from 2 grenades from below.
Now, there are definitely counterplays on the map of Villa for that. Typically, you stack your ADSs near lamp where you're talking about top of main stairs.
I'm talking about from
And
below, like we saw at SI.
yes,
Like,
yes. What I'm saying is there's ways to counter it. You put your ADSs towards stairwell and you leave a player there. They're safe from nades then, right? Because they can't be
true.
naded from below if they're on staircase. 2, you put a player and you stand them on top of billiards. They're safe from nades there. You can do the same thing with map, though it's harder to do, and you can put a player in vault. That's 4 players now that are safe, and you typically will have that last player
10
extending
seconds
really
left
far to
before
astronomy.
insertion.
The way to counter the nades in that map is by being in locations that are harder to nade, which means that just with a slight adjustment to your playstyle, you don't need Rook, and you can use a more viable operator. And that's one of the reasons why I love R6. Adjustments can be made according to the operator choice you have, and that's why strat books. There was somebody, I went to the Purdue Invitational not too long ago with a bunch of other people that we work with here, Brian, and one of the things that got left there on a table was somebody's strat book, and I stole it. I took it because everyone had already left, and it was like 1 a.m. So it was the last day. We had to clean everything anyways. I was like, I love the strats in this. So I took pictures of everything, and I have studied that because I'm looking at this like, I love whoever this was. I don't know who team it was, but they had a genius brain thinking about every breakdown of things, what they were doing with certain operator picks, who they were facing and selecting. And it was so interesting to see the mind of a player, and that's something you don't always get to experience as a caster or as a viewer.
what was going on over by the solar stairs? There were some odd shenanigans taking place, almost like Baby Back Boys was starting to run up the solar stairs. Actually, they certainly were if we look at the positioning of Nomad here. It's starting to look like the exact same attack we saw moments ago, the last time this bomb site was brought out, back in round number 1. Diffuser's going down, and Pixar and G-Man forced to do almost the practical impossible, shutting down 4 attackers that own almost the entire top floor, and they're unable to even leave the cubbies that they're hiding in. What a strong and swift attack from Triple B.
Yeah, that is quite literally the most decisive round we've actually seen in this one. They basically dug the grave before the round started. They had the full plan in motion and they just acted on it. And that's kind of one of the differences you can see in kind of stylized play. Legends kind of got caught unawares. They got stuck on the back burner, and to be frank, Baby Back Boys knew when they needed to pounce. And all of that can be said, hey, we can facilitate information game. We can say, hey, we'll drone out a little bit. We know there's some safe space for this person to try and stick themselves into, and then they can start to act from that position, like taking control of the master bathroom and trying to jump rest to the rest of the site and act from there. Baby Back Boys doesn't really need that if they can just keep guns up and catch the Legends kind of extension off guard and kind of isolate individual players for the one-on-one, which they were obviously taking an advantage within.
Do you think we should be experimenting with new
Bomb
bomb
located
sites?
by
I mean,
attackers.
we have yet to see Bar, which is the best bomb site on this map, Kitchen being the second best bomb site on this map, and currently absent in the rotations of Legends who've been kind of
Attackers have
stuck in
located
their
a bomb.
ways,
10
Master,
seconds left
then
before
Basement,
insertion.
Master, then Basement.
5 seconds
Maybe
left.
we can kind of look for a change in
Attackers are heading
selection?
out to defuse a bomb.
I'm not sure.
We need fresh. We need something fresh.
Go to Subway then, dude. Like, I don't know what
We're
to
not
tell you.
eating.
You said fresh. That's like their motto, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, it is true. But it's noon. I guess it is sandwich time. But I mean, there's adult beverages down on this first floor, so it's not really eating Subway sandwiches.
It's true. There you go. Yeah, that's probably not a good thing. Uh, but with round 4 underway, I think one of the bigger things we have to think about, since we are just going back to that
Oh,
basement
no.
objective, is how does Baby Back Boys recover now with only 4 players, and also what is their plan to avenue of approach? One thing they're going for is this original main entrance, and unfortunately for them, Nyx kind of looks away. They really had no chance to find it anyways, but they lose tabled quite quickly with a nice shot there by Young Bubs. Unfortunately, the refrag is quickly thereafter. A nice shot there with the LMG once again, something we've seen Russ do time in and time out. And they picked up 4 alone already since that last rehost, which was 3 last round and 1 in this one.
This is the first time the Baby Back Boys is going to be at the man disadvantage. They've been storming sites so quickly, and now we finally see them having to overcome the worst place to be in the man disadvantage mark. Now, Pixar falls, so Baby Back Boys are going to find themselves 3-3, and look at the amount of time that they have. Oh, they're actually in the bomb site right now. Never mind,
Yeah.
they had the man advantage. Oh, don't walk into the nade. It's in one of the magnets. It's the worst place to be. Somehow nobody from Baby Back Boys dies to it, and Baby Back Boys comes back. Wow, that was a 4v5 for them. They just simply just walked into sight.
It feels like they realized, due to the pressure on site and the defensive setup of utility that Legends brought to the table, they realized that, hey, just take it. The site is ours here. Nobody's there to fight us back that we don't have to worry about. Step in, gun them down. Do not stop holding left click if you're Russ, and just take control. That's one of the things Baby Back Boy have been really good about. They are cutting down the space. On the defense, one of my favorite phrases, and it goes to say for any esport in general, you have to have a cushion of safety. You have to have a little bit of space between you and whoever's pursuing you, or you and whoever you're pursuing, to make sure that there's enough for you to gather the intel necessary, enough for you to make sure it's safe, and enough for you to work behind your teammates. That's not the case right now for Legends. That cushion that they managed to place, usually kind of facilitated by hiding behind a shield and making the attack scared to push it, not available. Baby Back Boys cuts it down swiftly. They rush in. They just say, no, you think that you can have this nice Tempur-Pedic pillow between us, but we're turning it into one of those couch cushions that just gets thinned out way too quickly.
And hopefully Legends doesn't get slept on too much. Hopefully they're able to start to come back, because sitting at a 4-0 deficit is not a comfortable position to be in. To be fair, we're talking about Chalet being attacker-sided, but it is certainly no more than a 4-2 attacking-sided half. Legends needs to start to play a little bit better as a team and just start to coordinate, and more importantly, shut down the aggressions of Baby Back Boys. What that's going to look like is having multiple defenders kind of playing together. Not like holding hands, not on top of each other, but playing close enough when one of their comrades falls, they're able to go for an instantaneous trade. Legends in a good spot since they do have the man advantage, because Nightmare's disconnected, just returning now, but Bubs is DBNO right now on the Warden, and that's not where they should be. Oh no, is they're caught in a rotation. They get res, but not quite fast enough.
This is stepping up, finishing the job, now hunting for the secondary player of G-Man, and unfortunately for them as well, cut down quickly. Now that man advantage that was in favor for Legend is no longer there. Baby Back Boys are 1 ahead as Luna rotating over to the pantry side to Bar. Extension to the second floor, really only there by the one lonesome player of Attack Polar, and let's be frank, Polar needs some assistance from Mezzanine. I'm not liking the defensive setup from Legends. I'm not sure why Abner is playing within Mud. They lose Polar because they didn't have enough ADSs deployed. They did not bring the ADSs, which means that control over Mezzanine was just handily available for Baby Back Boys with a simplistic kill with a nade. And though we do say as Luna find a nice shot over towards Nyx, this may be short-lived as hatch control on the favor for Baby Back Boys. They can work their way down library staircase as well. The pressure is on, and it has to hit a boiling point. It looks like it already has, and we're only 2 minutes into this round.
Baby Back Boys, plenty of time and plenty of utility, particularly drones. 50% of them still available to them to the final third of this round. And everybody's more or less on drones. They're gathering information, but what about Frost lurking over in Mudroom? If they're left undroned, their ability to kind of sit with their back against the wall and potentially have members of Baby Back Boys walk past them might be enough to change the course of the round. Aya's Luna, a beautiful shot, but they get traded instantly. The Mudroom player misses their shots. Oh, it was a perfect positioning. An incredible setup by Legends, but unfortunate small mistakes ends up costing them the round.
That's really what R6 does come down to, the capitalization on mistakes on the opposition. And we've seen a lot of mistakes from Legends right now. And I don't think it's just that. Like, Baby Back Boys just seem to have caught their number, and they're really trying to pound this one down. But Legends makes a lot of mistakes with their defensive setup, like leaving a single player, not having an ADS when you're playing that bar sites, having a player in Mudroom. Seems like an okay angle to catch one off guard, but if you can't find the shots afterward and you make the mistake of not connecting to the head first or not finding enough tags, yeah, well, the refrag is almost guaranteed, and Baby Back Boys not a team that's going to let that up, at least uncontested at the very least, obviously taking that round. And now we're heading in round 6, one round away from match point, and it's typically considered an attacker-favorited map, but seeing it go 5-0 at this point is an anomaly, especially considering the fact that Baby Back Boys have perused a couple rounds already with a man disadvantage starting off due to technical errors.
This is not the bomb site I go back to, not because of 6 invitational statistics. Honestly, this bomb site looks like it's the best for Baby Back Boys attacked, but I have to draw our eyeballs, and I spy my little eye, a Caviera in play. The sneaky one with the interrogations has entered in the lobby, and maybe that's the fix for Legends. If you get an interrogation, you're going to have a few seconds of information. High risk, high reward operator, but you know what? She's always fun to see.
The only shotgun on their side as well is Abner with his pass 15. Usually you see a mute, you see a smoke, you have the Mossberg, you can clear out these walls, these holes, and create some tunnel vision, create the opportunity for some leeway to rotate and create these rotation holes. They're having to rely on the Spaz 15 to do that. Well, yes, it's good. It also slows the ability of Abner to try to roam their way around. And notice, did you see that drone on the hatch right there, Brian? Baby Back Boys got a great position and a great sight line, and they just immediately frag out. They find IS Luna, and that is just entirely brought forward by a single drone catching everything. Now they're trying to finish the job that they started on Young Bubs over there by Pantry like we just saw, and Russ is going to do it quite quickly after they pick themselves back up with that adrenal surge.
Man, it's just Baby Back Boys demonstrating their experience as T3, T4 amateur players. They have a plethora of experience. They've been playing, not together, but they've been playing as individuals for a very long time. And it just comes down to how confident they are in taking map control and taking gunfights. Now, Nightmares probably should not have been that confident. They just pushed in willy-nilly. They put themselves down and actually removed from the field of play. And more crucially, Scott, that's the diffuser not available to the offense, but it might not matter since you're in a 1v3.
Still trying to hold on strong. It's just G-Man left standing, and they didn't place a single Banshee, Brian, in the entirety of this round. And didn't place the bulletproof camera either, hoping that just their gun skill could carry them through to the victory. And unfortunately, from the looks of things, the Back Boys are looking to deny that, as it's has trickled down to the 3-on-1, and with only 60 seconds remaining on the clock. That's a minute worth of time that Baby Back Boys can elude around, and instead they'll just plant the diffuser, force the time constraint into their favor by now forcing G-Man to go on the attack. Flashes will be sent, the Retinas are in danger, but it'll be finished off instead by Centrix, who gets the job done. That ties it up at half of being a 6-0. Flawless half for the attack there. And now Baby Back Boys get to transition to the defense and see how it works for them.
Oh boy, my friend, what a strong series from Baby Back Boys. 6-0 on their attack, and can I just say the amount of camaraderie between the two teams is so refreshing. I never talk about Twitch or all chat, and I do find it taboo when I talk about it, but I like how Legends are complimenting Baby Back Boys. And I think they actually mean it. Like, that's the best part. Like, Legends are learning, I guess, through osmosis, what it's like to play against some of the best players in amateur. And this is an opportunity for Legends to kind of just learn what some of the good teams are doing. And Legends are being respectful about it, and they're complimenting their opponents. And I think that's just awesomely humble.
Too many times you see a bit too much of the wrong thing there in all chat. So having a bit of the right
Attackers have
sprinkled in
located a
along
bomb.
the wrong is exactly what you want to see. Loving what we're seeing as Legends has definitely has a good respect for Baby Back Boys. They kind of realize that they're getting outplayed. They were kind of alluding to that earlier, talking about it. I think they knew that, but they are really trying to soak up as much knowledge that Baby Back Boys can give them. And unfortunately, for the way that Baby Back Boys are playing this, it's not your standard try and true attack. I would almost say they don't want to soak up what Baby Back Boys
Attackers
were
are
doing
heading
on
out
the
to
attack,
defuse the
because
bomb.
what they were doing was kind of sprinty and kind of aggressive. Maybe they learned from the drone. Maybe they learned from the intel gathering. It's something they could look back on and kind of try to gain an understanding for, because that part will help them up tremendously when it comes to playing R6.
Dude, I wonder if it's going to be a potential rush. Honestly, that's the way that I think you kind of knock Baby Back Boys down, is you do things that are just a bit atypical. An Osa shield on the main west-facing window, that is definitely exactly the definition of atypical. It is odd to say the least. Smoke, don't do it, bud. Don't be. He does it! Oh, that's filthy! Cable gets a second one! Wow, I mean, that shield is plexiglass. It goes both ways. An incredible play by Table to that's the diffuser.
That's control now handed on a silver platter to the Baby Back Boys defense, and Ross has an outlook angle to try and help the teammate of Tabled out. A toxic Baby will be sent upwards towards Library, just trying to keep them at bay, but unfortunately Table gets a little bit too close to the left side, to the right side, I guess, to the northern edge of that Osa shield, and unfortunately bites the bullet. Nix will be the second one to go down. DB no, not yet finished though, by the Legends side. Doing a fairly good job of keeping him up for now, but eventually the job will be completed, and I believe that's actually the player of Young Bubs to go for it. Rust playing mezzanine. That's that fireplace position I was talking about previously on mezzanine. If you control this, you basically dictate the entire tempo of the southwest transition of the attacking side, and it takes a lot to remove that. Usually nades, and guess what they don't have anymore here, Brian?
I'm guessing they don't have any of the HEs anymore. Sad place to be. I mean, they only brought one, so you're not quite going the full route of Baby Back Boys bringing 3 sets. I mean, again, that's quite common if we look at professional play. I mean, nades are currently the thing to take map control and remove and soften up the defense. Not yet in the pocket of Legend. They had other throwables. Ink and Della's no longer available, so you're gonna have to just take these heads-up gunfights. To be fair, there were some low HP players at Baby Back Boys, and Legends starting to heat up. They rectified their mistakes. They own the man advantage. Their next step, though, is retrieving the diffuser. Vertical's not going to pay them that much dividends because you're not able to actually open much up, but yet continue to win their gunfights, and they're doing exactly that.
Young Bubs has found 3 in this round alone, seemingly the life of the side of Legends. Now it's only Centrix left standing. They're 5-0, have not yet been felt since that last rehost we had go through. And they're going to have to kind of test their limit here, because they're facing off 3 total players. They managed to cut down AS Luna, making it 2. Nice shot opportunity to 1 more to make it another, but unfortunately the finish goes down, and a really solid round there by Legends to recover in a triumphant way. First attacking round, and it's a success.
They were so unpredictable after the death of their 2 players on the shotgun run. That was well done to Legends. Honestly, that is very difficult to do. You just went 6-0 and you're defending half. You get smoked off the rip by a shotgun, and you just simply play together as a team. You stay focused and you stay motivated. Honestly, what we saw from Legends, I can't say this enough. It is so difficult to do.
Attackers
I'm
need to
honestly
locate and
shocked
defuse
at
as many bombs as they can.
the fact that the mental is still positive for Legends. Not to go back to them and hang out and all chat and everything, but they're having fun. And I think that's probably the most important fact. Collegiate isn't it for everybody, working in and playing at the level, right? In a competitive environment, having a team, but it is fun. I play. Did you know I played in a collegiate team for a while, Brian?
Did you actually?
I
didn't know
did
that.
actually for 2 weeks. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, the team disbanded because a lot of the people didn't show up to practices. But it was a lot of fun. I genuinely enjoyed those 2 weeks. I only got to have a couple scrims. And,
10 seconds left.
it's not for everybody, because not everybody enjoys that kind of super competitive environment.
5
It's
seconds to
really fun to
insertion.
hang out and to learn these things from other players and meet a ton of people and
Attackers
have that
objective is to
experience.
locate a
And
bomb
I think
and
that's one of the
defuse
great things about Spin, being able to give the younger audience the chance to do that and to showcase prowess and to carry them to college, so to say, to allude to what we're doing right now. I think that's such a nice thing to have, and Legends are having fun with it. And that's something I'd be looking for as a collegiate program at least players that enjoy the game. Even if you're not looking for everyone to carry you through anything, at least have some fun.
Scott, do you read my mind?
No.
I was about to talk about Spin and how they built this beautiful community, but you've already done that, so I'm gonna let that be. And I'm gonna add one more extra flavor to it. The reason why you play Collegiate is to be part of a community, and that's simply what it comes down to. And then that's why I've kind of got away from casting proper T3 to be more on the collegiate side, because I just love the community that all the TOs in collegiate have worked tirelessly to build, and it's hard to build such a loving community that we've had and that we currently do have. But I think it's time to wander back into the game for just a smidge of a second, Scott, because I see a mountain. One season.
A smidge of a second, you're really kind of cutting Legends short right now. I mean, they're lasted for easily more than 10 seconds since you stated that. Maybe back boys have not yet sent us down this one, but the mountain falls. This is not good as Russ finds a second kill as well to take out Young Bubs. The carrying frag potential from that last round, and that may actually be the last races for the side of Legends. That could be the last little bit oomph taken out of their hands, as it is still a 5-on-2. Now with the kill picked up, but the lonesome player of Nightmares may only get one in return, as it looks like Polar is able to find some impact with the refrag, but with still 4 players left to contend with and only 70 seconds on the clock. As Luna and Attack Polar have to climb a hefty mountain. Without the mountain in front of that mountain, this is a hard place to come back from.
To steal one of your favorite talking points, I don't see any more grenades from Legends, and the lack of utility, especially with the control from underneath for Legends on that mid floor, you're not going to be able to really do a lot of vertical. To be fair, you do have the Ash breaching launcher, so if you place it in the right spot, you might be able to remove a strong fight position, especially if one of the table's deployable shields are stuck on a soft floor. Most likely going to be over in piano, guessing by the way that table likes to play, but Legends, they still have a lot to overcome, and they're still playing on the first floor with something.
Yeah, they have to start moving it quite quickly as they'll book themselves up the corner stairwell. Trophy control not really theirs either. There's pressure applied where Hatch just was inside kitchen. Oh, we'll try to work to the master bathroom. They have to step up quickly though, and they don't even have the diffuser right now. Gotta be able to step quickly forward. They have to go for the frags. They manage to find one, but they lose their teammate in return, and that will in fact be all she wrote. Now clouded within the toxic babe, and you will in fact see Baby Back Boys taking the W, not in a completely flawless fashion, but a very fun game, and one that I'm sure both sides have got to enjoy.
And Legends was playing against very seasoned veterans. And honestly, I really hope they depart this tournament today with their heads held high. The one round that they won was incredible. The way that they came together as a team was brilliant. And to be able to do that against the seasoned veterans of Baby Back Boys is difficult to do. I promise you that. So great on them. And I also have to say, it's just the camaraderie and the community that was demonstrated in all chat was beyond refreshing to see. So I really hope that we see Legends in future spin events, because I think they have a bright future. They just have a small things that they need to work on, and from there they could hang with Triple B at some point.
I mean, Young Bubs is a bit of a gunner himself, though. Maybe keep
Heck
that in
yeah.
mind. If a collegiate team does need some gunners, keep them in mind for that. But that is that game done and dusted. We'll have another game coming up pretty quickly, though. I think that we managed to get the last one done fairly well. We've had a lot of Rio, so we've kind of mastered the idea of getting players into lobbies. So hopefully this next break won't take too long. Stay tuned for more Carry to College here at Spin. My name's Infernosis, joined by Chief. We'll see you guys in a few short minutes.
everybody. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in on this lovely Saturday. Carry to College stayed plug in. The spin tournament is underway. We're still in the semifinals for our final one of the evening, Scott. We've had some incredible games. And look, another returning team. It's Coastal Crew Live versus JSTR.
Bristol Crew Live has had a good time getting to this point, obviously, with their W over Most Acclaim. They've had a bit of a break, so to say, in between that time period. However, the same cannot be said for JSTR, the team now on the defensive side. They got their bye in round one. Monarchs was the only team alongside Spinjitzu Masters who didn't have that. Monarchs, the team taking that win, and Monarchs had to face the back-to-back and lost to JSTR in that round two. Now heading into round three, JSTR, they're warmed up, they're ready. The question is, Coastal Crew managed to be just as warmed up and ready throughout that extended break.
Now, do you think Coastal Crew has an advantage going back over to Clubhouse, a map that they played earlier on in the day? They beat Most A Clan on that map 7-5. So it went the distance. Coastal Crew, we highlighted the strengths of their droning, but now JSTR, a roster that has yet to be shown on broadcast, we don't know what they can bring.
I think that is a huge question. I think the bigger question on my mind is the weaknesses, the faults that we saw in Coastal Crew's game plan, the way that they would like to drone out, but they would fall short on the execution and kind of leave themselves to not enough time to play the last few sections. Their defense was quite strong, but it was a very close game that we watched earlier. I'm more worried about the late stages of this team. Have they closed in on those faults? Are they going to continue to have them? And how much of an expedited play style are they going to have, especially in a map that they feel comfortable on already having played?
It's interesting. We're going to see Coastal Crew Live once again starting on attack. And they looked good on attack the last time that we saw on Clubhouse, but as you mentioned, they did have some growing pains with droning. Now, if we just do a quick search at the lineup that we see from
Attackers need to
JSTR,
locate and defuse
it
as
could
many
either be
bombs
one
as
of
they
two.
can.
It could be a full on-site anchor, or it could be a roam, and we don't really know what we can bring, right? You could have NatGav on an extended roam, you could have Flixer on an extended roam, or you can keep the 2 sets of impact grenades on site to go for a trick of the hatch, which we did see happen a few times on our first showing of Dubhouse.
One thing to point out as well was the veto stage, pretty much the exact same as what we saw previously, and I'm not along with the Maverick and Kaid ban being simultaneous. If you ban out Mav, yeah,
10
Kaid is
seconds
a
left
pretty
before
good ban, but he's not a necessity unless Thatcher is banned, which it
5
is,
seconds
but
left.
Thatcher's not always banned when Maverick's banned. Sometimes you also will ban out Habana. The double hard breach ban is quite
Attackers must
annoying to
locate
kind of
and
deal
defuse
with,
the
and
bomb.
some teams like to be that cheeky in the tongue with it, but we'll see it fairly standard across the board otherwise. And I would like to point out for the defense, what do you think JSTR stands for? Is it Jester? Is it Jokester?
Jester, I think, is it, yeah?
I feel like Jester would be pretty accurate. We're not going to call him that, because if we have no confirmation, there's no way I'm going to, unfortunately, blunder up their name. I'll call them what they're stated here, but Jester would be a really cool team name, so I hope that's it.
Well, hopefully there's no excess jokes from them today. Hopefully they're just clean cut and dry, and hopefully they are able to, well, carry themselves over to the grand final here in Spin. I mean, that would be the ultimate goal, but they're going to have to topple one of their best opponents of the day, Coastal Crew Live, who's already started their map control. They're already starting to drone, and you know, we're kind of debating on whether or not it was going to be a more anchor style play. It's an absolute anchor style play from JSTR, and well, the odd pick of the pulse actually bears some fruits as the Nitro Cell denial from underneath finds a very precious operator. Goodbye, Habana.
Bana, very important for the hatch play, not just in kitchen, but also of the fact that you didn't bring any other hard breach. You need the hatch play in general for Moto. The fact that you lose the Habana that early is such a crippling blow. It's as if your Achilles tendon has been snapped the second you stepped out the gate on the run. This is a now Coastal Crew Live who is playing with borrowed time and has to make up for it so effectively that you're asking them to carry the world on their shoulders. And Atlas couldn't even do it quite that well. You're asking now a bunch of amateur Rainbow Six players. I just got R's in my head there to do that job, and they're going to have to make a huge climb back. Hirotoshi's doing their best. L85 connects to It's Your Boy, knocking them down a peg, and that does clear out the pulse, which makes things a little bit easier on towards side, and also manages to cut down an extra gun that can fire back in your direction.
two stairwells being occupied by Coastal Crew Live, trying to go down the blue and main stairs, but that could have been a flank from the central stairs, dealing with the pressure of Coastal Live, who need to start to expedite their push, start to move a little bit faster. Relocation of Coastal Crew Live over into the oil pit section and the secret stairs that can start to turn into a fatal funnel. But JSTR, they're still doing their diligence, and they're still kind of thinking that the push could come from the central stairs, because our Coastal Crew Live was in that sector of the map, but they are no longer, and they're actually now being monitored by the bulletproof camera into blue. It's just Brennan, a 1v3, good head-head position, drops down one, but they have the diffuser and control the B bomb site. They can go for a plant at any moment. There's no information on site, so Jester just needs to kind of prevent Barista from doing exactly what they're doing. Brett on another one, forced to go to the pistol, 5 seconds left, and it could be JSTR playing out the time, but no, Shrimpzilla has rotated to the other side of the map. Where are they? They still have all their utility, and they're gonna let the bomb go down.
Oh no, Shrimzilla's playing now for Moto, steps through door, pre-spray, and Beretta comes out on top with the F2. Shrimpzilla had 3 toxic babes still in the pocket, Brian, like you foretold, the utility not expended. And that is a miraculous comeback from a situation that looks like an impossibility, with Coastal Crew Live losing the Habana, the only hard breach they brought, which is an oddity for this map, something that they didn't do previously. They brought the Thermite quite often on their attack alongside the Habana of DDFD, and this time around, they didn't. And the one time they really don't do it, it really bites them in the rear, and yet the triumphant return, the return of the king, so to say, and the JSTR side falls just barely short despite the very solid start to that round for them.
Man, you remove the Habana with the Nitra cell, and you're unable to win the round. 0 hard breaching done by Coastal Crew Live. Really, Scott, winning a round with no hard breaching is the hardest thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege. It is practically impossible. An extremely great round from Coastal Crew Live, and they're now going to have the luxury of executing at the exact same bomb site that they just won at. No change on the attacking lane. There's still going to be purely one hard breach, and that seems like a huge missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity is definitely the case. I would love to see them go ahead and do the attacker repick. They're going to switch to a Zilphia away from the Ayana.
10 seconds remaining.
Why? I'm not really that sure, considering Ayana brings out not only nades, but also brings out the ability to use that Gemini replicator and gather more intel. Sophia's strong. The lifeline is a very valid piece of utility, but honestly, I think they're trying to pick it just for the sake of having that LMG to walk down onto site and continue to frag out as much as they have been in that last round. Beretta more specifically, but it was an assault rifle, an AR of the F2 that actually did the job. We'll have to see their expected avenue of approach. Obviously, the danger is still present. There is, in fact, a pulse still on the board now for the JSTR side. They have managed to, and this is the big thing, Brian, that I'm confused about. They always use one impact, always, to give themselves a rotation hole, I think, through Kool-Aid Wall. I may be incorrect about that. I may actually be between Wall connecting Church towards the Armory side, but they use that when they could be expending it to get rid of the Habana utility. Now, obviously, last round it didn't matter. They got the kill, but that could be buying them precious time to reattempt the Nitro Cell kill in later rounds.
Certainly, especially when you're bringing a single hard breacher. I mean, you remove the X-Kyro pellets, all of a sudden the hard breaching is completely removed, and you're just going to have to suffer the round by winning gunfights. I mean, maybe that's what Coastal Crew Live kind of wants to do. I mean, if we go back to their original appearance earlier on in this day, I mean, they won because of their ability to simply win gunfights. Slushy had 17 kills to their name after all. I mean, they were one of the most important players in the lobby, and did they just get downed by their own grenade?
I don't think so.
Looked
I think they
like
got shot from below by Flixer. I think the nade dropped, but it was quite close. I think they got hurt from it after the DBNO, though.
Fair enough. Well, that's just not the place that you want to be. Oh no, don't let them heat up. Look who just found the opening kill. It's Slushy, their first kill of this map, and well, they're doing an excellent job of being quite a threat to the JSTR defense.
Didn't they have 17 kills by the end of the last game? The player that was definitely at the forefront of the Coastal Crew Live side. Yeah, the last thing you want is to let them heat up, to let them get that momentum, to pacing the boon of frag potential. Right now for JSTR, with a round deficit already on their side, it is a game of, it does stand for Jester. We are actually correct. Thank you very much for checking that with us, Spin. It is Jester. Let's call him that. That's such a cool name. Great flank by Slushy, and the nade actually gets a good bounce on it. It's your boy behind the mainstay hiding place. Slushy now on site, full control towards the B objective. Just needs to swing towards Church. Ziv gets a great refrag back, though. Slushy is now no longer being able to contest. Ziv will swing for Moto. Unfortunately, turns at the wrong moment, but Hirotoshi fails to find the impact necessary and will have to re-swing with the pistol, but DDFD kill steals or kill secures, however you want to phrase it. It leaves just Shrimpzilla left standing. Roni in hand tries to spray down Hirotoshi, now both at about 15 HP, but once again the pistol is pulled out, and Hirotoshi finally finds the impact necessary, putting their name on the kill feed.
Slushy more like flashy, and they just simply walked into the bomb site. They didn't even need the grenade. That was just insult to injury for Jester. I mean, well done to the attacking team to be able to just storm the bomb site. And right now, Scott, Jester doesn't seem to be really minding their P's and Q's, not dotting their I's, not crossing their T's, and they're just simply not monitoring all of the points in which Coastal Crew Live can execute from. Jester is too passive in their bomb site, and it's giving way too much flexibility to Coastal Crew Live. I mean, it was a full turtle defense. Coastal has absolute map authority in the first 45 seconds, and from there, they're able to leverage all the stairwells, all the insertion points, and keep Jester on their toes.
I love you alluding to the term there of flexibility and just what that truly means in R6. It's not just about being flexible, it's almost a game of mental gymnastics. You take small victories, and those add up. Finding the first frag, not losing your Habana at the very beginning, having more than one avenue of approach, opening those outlooks to step through, having Slushy heat up at the first frag, giving you an advantage. All of those are victories that start to add up, and you start to collect them. Then you start to get some pace behind you. You have managed to create enough space to then push yourself towards and then take control over. Notice how fast they took that armory objective. Jester could not hold on because they lost the 2 players they left on that site because they clustered together and fell victim to the player of Slushy, who not only fragged with the LMG for 2 in that round, but connected with the nade kill off of a bounce from corner armory pocket. They need to disallow Coastal Crew from finding this success, and there's been no hint of it. Jester already, we're not even 30 seconds into the round, and Slushy finds the head again of Flixer, putting them, afflicted them with a massive amount of damage and finishing the job quite quickly.
And flexibility on this bomb site is going to look like a team that can push from multiple angles simultaneously and multiple different angles based on the needs of the round. You're going to open up the plat wall, but the flexibility element comes in. Are you going to do a Rod's Raptors take? Are you going to do a construction overtake? Are you just going to do a big opening take of the plat wall? And right now, Coastal Crew Live has the ability of doing every single one of those plays, whatever flavor that they like. They're electing to go from the rafters side, and they're doing wonders right now. Nat Gab, Devianode, finished off by the grenade from below. A return Nitro Cell's not going to find its mark. Jester in a very bad position. They're currently caged animals. They're back against the wall. Shrimpzilla's been in a clutch scenario before, and they're going to be forced to go big. Shotgun finds one, but unable to break down the remainder of the CCL.
Wow, that round, blink and you miss it with the tempo and pace that was set forward. Slushy getting the first kill creates a lot of flexibility for how you can move forward, and that's been the name of the game. We've mentioned it probably too many times at this point, but that's just how important and impactful it's been. It opens up everything. You get rid of the player Flixer who's playing that Jaeger. You don't have to watch out for that 416C at the longer angles. Instead, you can start to peruse some of the slider options, maybe some of the closer corner options, as you start to apply pressure from both the hard wall that you were able to breach open, take control over towards rafters as well. There's so many viable options to look from, and that's one of the reasons why that CCTV objective is, in my opinion, the worst objective in Siege right now, objectively speaking, when a Maverick's in play. But you can also circumvent the point of the Maverick, and Coastal Crew Live did that very quickly. They utilized the Gone 6 from below, got rid of any and all options there for It's Your Boy to actually place down those bandit batteries and trick it out, and once that's done, it's easy pickings for Coastal Crew Live to pick apart systematically, bit by bit, everything that Jester brought to that round.
We're talking about flexibility in the previous round, and Chester's going to be going back to the same bomb site they've lost.
10
They've been
seconds left
repeating
before
sites,
insertion.
in fact. 2 basements, round 1 and 2, and then now 2
5 seconds
CCTVs, round
remaining.
3 and round 4, where we currently reside. And Scott, this is a concern for me
Attackers
because
are moving out
Coastal
to
Crew
locate a
Live
bomb
looks
and defuse it.
very strong on their attacking executes of both of these sites, and the flexibility element for Jester would be probably going to Jim Bedroom or even Barbar to try to keep Coastal Crew Live on their toes, because Coastal Crew Live looks like they're very well versed in this attack.
Greta working in now from stock down below. We'll more than likely see the option again for the Gone 6 to clear out those bandit batteries. And while we see It's Your Boy having already placed 2, it's not the wrong decision. He'll have to be ready for the bandit trick opportunity. You could see Hirotoshi already lying in wait on that wall. Will take a bit of damage as they preemptively start to place it, but Beretta has the intel, will clear it quickly, and Hirotoshi can now begin to start placing. Maybe a missed opportunity. No, there in fact isn't. It looks like It's Your Boy got a little bit too scared to go for the trick as well, but he's going to re-step back onto it, re-attempt it, and I believe it will in fact be successful. So 1 exothermic charge expended in mute. As you'll see the side of Jester hold on for a little bit longer, but a nade from below makes it even more difficult, but this is going to once again stop the exothermic charge. Now there's no way we'll see Coastal Crew Live easily break down that CCTV hardwall. They'll have to bring DDFD over, and guess what? No X-Tires pellets there either.
What a brilliant bandit trick for It's Your Boy. Now they're allowed to be gun up. They're now allowed to be flexible and dispatch Nitrocell in any way they want. And truly all eyes over to Coastal Crew Live. What are they going to do? How are they going to overcome their inability to hard breach? I mean, you could still push in through rafters in theory. You're just going to have a very well-timed flashbangs and grenades. I guess you could say there was a well-timed grenade, but it was removing a member of Coastal Crew Live. And the vertical play, it's going to be the undoing of Coastal Crew Live right now. The Fuser's isolated, and they're going to have a huge mission to overcome these odds. Beretta in this 1v3 below 20 HP, and It's Your Boy, not only the bandit tricking master, but able to find multiple kills this round.
Wow, the impact is quite important, not just on a baseline level. The fact that not only can you be a utility-based player, you can find impact as an individual, but you can actually do that above and beyond by not just being, oh, I'm the person that places down a bandit battery. Oh, I'm the person that throws the occasional toxic babe. I place mute jammers and then go die off-site. No, you are finding impact as a gunner as well as utility. That is a very impressive margin. We saw that with Coastal Crew Live when we saw Slushy, who could frag out as both sides of the board, but not only that, was able to play defensively with proper utility expenditure, and thankfully for them, they haven't had to deal with Slushy dealing with it on the attack, because all you gotta have is that lifeline.
Downstairs the basement we go, my friend. We've seen this bomb site now 3 different times, and it's been Coastal Crew Live just honestly steamrolling and flooding in
Attackers need to locate and
into the
defuse
bomb
as many
site
bombs
with
as they can.
honestly practically 0 resistance. So Scott, I want to see something from Jester where they start to create more mini games and they start to bring out strategies to slow down Coastal Crew Live. I mean, that can look like a Thorin, that can look like a Capcan, that can look like even like a Clash. We can even see some of the landmines, maybe from a Legion, but what we need to see Jester do is create strategies that slow down Coastal Crew Live. Now, I listed out a few operators, but honestly, the best way to do so
10 seconds to
is stop full site anchoring and play an
5
extended
seconds
hold.
to go.
Go upstairs, maybe not to the brutal extent of an SSG
Attackers
roam,
must
but
locate
do
and defuse the
something where
bomb.
you force Coastal Crew Live to fight for map control.
You mentioned it, but I'll reiterate, the SSG style roam is very strong. And typically you see it be like a Mozzie working upstairs, you'll see a mute alongside it, and that's kind of like your mainstay play on the second and third, the first and second floor, to give your defending team a little bit more of a chance to actually contend and actually fight off what the attacker brings to the table. We don't really see that as often, at least in the collegiate scene for some of the lower ranked teams, but I would love to see that here. And Jester obviously trying to have some semblance of success, but as Coastal Crew are very keying in that there is the possibility of that roam, and they're hunting right now, prowling around this floor, probably making their way up to the second floor now to make sure there's no one lying in wait.
I don't believe there is anybody anywhere close to the first or second floor right now. I mean, they're all once again going for this anchor, and it's allowing Coastal Crew to have so much flexibility. Let's go back to the rounds that we saw earlier from Mosta Clan. They had huge impact, and it was their ability to roam over by the party side of the map, which is towards the west, and it was their ability to waste time by doing so. And right now, Jester is again giving so much flexibility to Coastal Crew, who's now starting their remodel again really early in the round.
One of the things I've really liked from Coastal Crew is they have changed up their game plan when it comes to clearing this floor. Hirotoshi wasn't able to find very much impact with destroying out and creating the open floor plan. That was such a deciding problem for them, and speak their name and they'll fall as Nat Gap finds the kill. That was such a problem for Coastal Crew Live when they were pushing this objective. They were trying to clear out the floorboards, they were trying to nade out the shields, and there was typically 2 to 3 shields up for the side that we were casting earlier with them, but it's only one this time. And I think it's actually deep over on the A objective, or maybe B objective. It's not really reachable by the nade utility. Gemini Replicator out. Kinte is unfazed by this and apparently is not firing back. He can't, obviously so, and they really gun it down quite quickly, and it kind of sets the cooldown a little bit further. Beretta with an F2 kill, though. That's time bought, and make matters worse, DDFD from Church Wall utilizing the kill hole effectively to cut down Ziv, and it sets them up with a man advantage 4-on-3.
Boy, Coastal Crew Live in an excellent position, but they are stacking over by Bike, and that's a dangerous place to be, my friend. If there's an Nitrocell available for Jester, it could be dispatched. No throwable utility other than the smoke toxic gas grenades. We saw them be very passive in the first showing this bomb site, and Shrimpzilla has yet to throw a single toxic gas grenade. But with Felix going kind of nuclear, it might be enough to delay the push, but Shrimpzilla is once again roaming. They did this in the previous showing, back in round number 1, and they're going to go for it again. Missed shots with the SMG-11. It gives away their position, allowing Coastal Crew Live to complete their plan. First round of toxic gas grenades to cut off the line of sight into pipes, but it might not be enough with Coastal Crew Live expanding to the different portion of the map, trying to play the long angles of their nest egg of the diffuser.
Zilla pulling the exact angle we saw Coastal Crew Live use just the last time they played the attack on this map. I remember that one quite heavily. It was a nice shot. I think it was actually Slushy who did so. It may have been DDFD and when it was a 1-on-2 of themselves. Shrimpzilla, though, has dropped it to a 1-on-1. 15 seconds left on this diffuser, and they attempt to swing back around towards the B side of Armory, and unfortunately, Kinte is ready for it. Cuts them down at one fell swoop and had them locked in the second they stepped out that door. Considering Kool-Aid was not open, there was no way to reopen it. There was no way to apply pressure from the backside. And because it was a 2-on-1 and they didn't transition up to Kitchen Hatch to apply vertical pressure, there wasn't really much Jester could do there. And instead, simply have to take the loss on the chin and play for the next one, hoping for the 4-2 half. But Coastal Crew have been quite steadfast in their approach. I would not be shocked to see it go 5-1.
So unfortunate that we're not going to be able to see CCTV again. 1 in round 4, which means it's going to be locked out during this half. So it's going to be Jester forced to decide which bomb site they want to go to. 3 attempts downstairs in the basement was not good enough for them. They weren't able to find victory there. And so now they're going to have to decide on which bomb site they want to go for. They're electing to go to Jim Bedroom. Scott, this is the right decision in my book because, again, one of the stronger bomb sites here on this map. And we talked about mixing things up, keeping Coastal Crew Live on their toes. This bomb site is most certainly able to do so.
The master bedroom and gym site, one of the more important aspects of it is not the actual anchoring defense on site, it's actually the extension over towards cache. Notice Ziv and Shrimpzilla. Shrimpzilla is opening up the soft wall connecting towards from construction to cache. Ziv's reinforcing the cache wall. Probably more than likely would set up a rotation hold between the actual red stairs and cache room, and you'll see 2, maybe even 3 players defending this one aggressively. Typically only 2. Maybe you have an extension over towards a player on red stairs, but if you create that rotation hole, you also allow the attack to pursue that angle and use it against you. And guess what here, Brian? Coastal Crew did that. Last time we saw the CCTV, Coastal Crew's entire approach was up red stairs because they couldn't get anywhere else, and it worked out for them quite well until, well, it didn't. That is Coastal Crew's specialty. Speed, tempo, flexibility on the draw. They know what they need to do, and they adjust on the fly to make sure they can do it.
Is one of the 3 walls not reinforced? If that's the case, you rotate one of your soft destructors, a sledgehammer on over, and kaboom.
bomb located
The
by
wall
attackers.
falls away, and it's going to be one of the worst positions to be in, especially if you're the Jester Roamer that was in cash. They actually were able to hightail it out of there. A huge missed opportunity for
dropped the
Coastal
bomb
Crew Live.
diffuser.
They were on the coverage, and your primary hard breacher is now dead. The exothermic charge was acquired on the other side of the map, over by Spa, where we just saw smoke rotate in from. So now Coastal Crew Live is going to have to overcome probably one of the most difficult parts of the round, losing your best
Attackers
primary hard
recovered the
breach.
diffuser.
And he's able to assist
Attackers
there to
bomb
facilitate
diffuser has been
Beretta to
dropped.
find not just one but two. But now they've been DBing out, not yet finished. They can step over towards Logi. That suppressing fire from Cash makes it so much easier as an attacking team to kind of work in tandem to finish the job on the last remaining players. Slushy is in a bad spot. Does get a DB0 onto Ziv though, but Flixer is continually suppressing down the Coastal Crew Live side by tossing those toxic babes and really keeping the tempo in their favor until ultimately you run out and the expenditure of utility has been made and you're not really left with much. Slushy, who is still alive, walks into the toxic babe and dies, now leaving us what could have been a 3-on-1 in the final few moments down to the 2-on-1, and you'll see the side of Flixer drop down below. Play Hatch now. He sees the legs, tries to shoot for one, has to spray to the second, cannot get the transfer, and the SMG-11 does not dish out enough damage to finish DDFT. Still the 2-on-1. Flixer missing possibly the only opportunity that Coastal Crew Live may give them, and it looks like Jester are at their wits' end to the recovery. The castle barricade blocking the doorway to Jim can tear it down, but he'll be torn down just after. Coastal Crew Live holding on strong, and DDFT finishes the job, making this one truly a 5-1 in their favor.
It was the fall away for Jester, my friend, that put themselves in an unwinnable position. Even with their ability, finding the opening kill onto the Thermite was not enough. That was a very difficult round for Coastal Crew Live to overcome, and they simply were able to do so because they're just winning their gunfights. Coastal Crew Live has been able to secure victory back in their round 2 showing on broadcast, and here in the semi-final showing on broadcast, they are just winning these gunfights, and they're making it look incredibly easy. And even in that post plant, maybe just a smidge of luck with bad recoil control,
Attackers need to
they put
locate and
themselves in
defuse
a
bombs.
5-1 attacking half. They're in brilliant fashion for the deep instant now.
When things switch over, kind of the mental game has to switch over. We've harped on that for a lot today, and we'll continue to do so just because of the importance of it. Coastal Crew Live, their mindset for 6 rounds, that's almost 20 minutes, has been entirely set by the pace of attacking. Now they have to turn things around, and the same thing can be said for Chester. They've been so on the defensive, and by on the defensive, I mean they have been getting onslaught by the Coastal Crew Live side, a total siege, and we made the joke earlier, it's the name of the game, but
10
too many
seconds
teams
left.
don't take it literally. And Coastal Crew Live, it is oppressing how strong their siege on these sites have been. Jester only able to scrape 1 round by. Now that they can head to the attack, hopefully this is the momentum shift for them. They can maybe play their own game. Maybe they like being aggressive, but from the looks of things, I'm not too sure that's going to be the case. They'll work double hard breach, something that leads me to believe they may play this one slower, but Flicks are already in a fight for their life. Takes a bit of damage off the top. That could be a worrisome spot to go from, as now they'll have to constantly fear the Grim Reaper that's been roaming around and already hurt them so.
Jester has so much flexibility, though, this round with the double hard breachers that you're talking about. You have the Selma charge of the Ace, you have the X-Kairos of the Habana, and you have the ability to do pretty much whatever you want. You can open up the hatches in any fashion that you desire. The one fashion that I wish we weren't going to see as the Selmas used on hatches. It requires 2 Selmas to open up a hatch, and we've seen Coastal Crew Live go for impact tricking on their previous showing of this map not too long ago, and I have a sneaking suspicion that the impact grenade found the 2 Salmas, which is going to force the Habana to rotate on over to deal with that hatch, and there's still more impacts in play.
Shots and the pressure being applied from dirt creates a lot of problems for Coastal Crew Live to sit on site with Kente already taking a bit of damage. Definitely could be a precarious spot to play from, but let's be totally honest here. Coastal Crew Live have plenty on site they can still fight with, and Jester are struggling to get past some of these chokeholds. They may be able to cut down Kente, but they have not found any other impact, and they lose net gap in the process. Their sledge off the board, and if that's not full control over Hall on first floor, the floorboards being cleared, then Coastal Crew Live have a major advantage, and they've got 2 players on the prowl. Slushy's working alongside their teammates, And let's be honest, this isn't a greedy type of roam. They may be on the wrong side as they're more so close to lounge, but the possibility of flanking towards bar could put a huge damper on all attempts by the Jester's side, but they cut down DDFD, the one player that was extending alongside Slushy. It's Shrimpzilla to collect, and I think this might be the right time for Slushy to take a step back down to the basement.
Coastal Crew Live all rotated over to the east. It's allowed the bomb site to be exposed. The plant's going down for free and the lack of coverage, and there's nothing that Coastal Crew Live can do to stop it. A beautiful read by Jester, who puts themselves in a practical, unwinnable or unlosable scenario. The 1v3 and Beretta on the mid HP, just hunting for those attackers, and Jester exploits the problems of Coastal. They just were too aggressive trying to defend blue when Jester wasn't even really attacking blue.
I think one of the biggest things we've seen in that round that tells me is Jester is a team that knows when to play methodical. They know when to play a little bit slower, and the first 2 minutes in that really felt like a slow and piece by piece kind of play of an attack. However, when things hit their boiling point, and they definitely did about 2 minutes and 5 seconds into that, they dive. It is a complete and utter annihilation by the Jester assault as they just transition from a defensive kind of methodical playstyle to let's just take them by surprise. And not only did they do that, but they covered each other. They watched the crossfires. They used the angles they were setting up the entirety of that first 2 minutes to their advantage. And there's so many teams that just do things like this, where Slushy is clearing at the bottom of these floorboards and they never utilize them. Even when the opportunity was there, it feels like they're just going through the motions. And right now for Jester, the round kind of started to look like that with just how robotic and methodical their approach was, but their ability to actually play around it, man, that's so refreshing to see.
Absent in the previous rounds of defense, Mira is going to make her first appearance at all today. Again, a very powerful operator, one of the queens at gathering information, because the Mira that she puts down, or the one-way glass, it is just a choke point for the offense. Very difficult to push a Mira because it requires a lot of utility. Once you start to factor in that there are ADSs behind it, so you're not really going to be able to go for a nade to remove that player, it's going to force you to use your ranged hard breaching. Whether or not it's a Selma charge or whether or not it's one of the X-Cairo pellets, Jester's going to have to be very mindful of those strong fighting positions. And if we look at the mute in play, most likely mute jammers behind both of those Miras. So now you're going to have to decide, how do you remove the player, the ADSs, the mute jammer, and the Miras themselves? It's a tall order, and when Jester's going for this linear push, they're going to find themselves squaring up against one of those very powerful positions.
It's a game of one-dimensionality. We can't let Jester can allow themselves to fall victim to not playing the map as it is, which is a 3D approach. This is one of the few games where you can break down walls, where you can create openings where openings do not lie, and we need to see teams, attacking teams more specifically, take advantage of those looks. And Jester's doing a good job right now. They're not all sticking everything in straight from the jacuzzi wall, but the spacing they created towards highway, utilizing gym window, and now being able to step onto site, that gives them control. And to make matters worse, Ziv finds first frag, takes out the top fragger of Slushy. Shrimpzilla finds one of their own, and it's your boy utilizing those kill holes against the defense. We'll find a little bit more on the top, but unfortunately, DDFD nails the Nitro Cell toss, but is left standing and out alone in the 1-on-4. Has to find all 5 to get it, and Ziv denies it. Jester find round 8, and that may be the most gorgeous round we've seen so far tonight.
How did CCL go so wrong in that round? They have a perfect setup if we're talking about just from a theory standpoint of how to set up gym bedroom, and Jester just walked into sight. The fact there's nobody behind the mirror and nobody in the bathroom upstairs baffles me. If Coastal Crew Live had one defender in that port of the map, it's a completely different defense. Moreover, if we saw a mute jammer on that mirror window, Jester simply put is not making that push happen. We had great utility on the side of CCL, and they just simply didn't put it in the right place.
I think one of the things we've noticed from Jester is their ability to come alive in the second half. The game's not done, job's not done, play to the last bell, and right now the bells have been ringing and they are in favor of Jester. This is one of those moments where you look at it and go, we did not anticipate them to have such an emphatic return in the second half. But their play style, the way that they played defense, wasn't really solid. We saw Coastal Crew pick them apart, but Jester have been even better than Coastal Crew were on that attack. And that was something we mentioned Coastal Crew Live were very good on in the first match tonight. Seeing Jester play him around like this, toying it feels like with their opponents, leads me to believe that they can actually make this return. But the problem here lies in this
Attackers are
last
moving out to
objective
locate a
choice,
bomb and defuse it.
CCTV and cash room. This is an objective that typically favors the attacking team, but only... Oh, here comes the Astro Wall once again. Cosmic Divide going out. Uh,
Real cosmic
once
divide.
again, this one actually goes straight up, yeah. It favors the attacking team, but there's no Maverick. And we saw what a Bandit trick can do. If Coastal Crew Live can do this, and we know that Hiratoshi can, that could definitely put Jester into the dirt, and they only need to win 2 more rounds to end it. Coastal Crew Live could definitely just play this objective, not back to back, but 2 more times total
Bomb has
before the
been
game
located.
ends.
Man, Jester's been on the tear, as you were alluding to, and I wonder if Coastal Crew is going to start to kind of tighten down the hatches and start to correct their errors. They've been very loosey-goosey on their defense, and your boy's in sight right now, and he's just taking names and numbers. Good for an additional kill. He's going nuclear. We've seen Slushy do this exact same play earlier on in the day, and it's just starting to all go wrong for Coastal Crew Live. They finally found a roster that is capable of going toe-to-toe with them on the Gun Go Burr department. While it was chaos in the first 60 seconds of the round, more than 60% of the lobby has lost their lives. Scott, things are starting to finally settle down as it's 2-2 apiece because everybody practically died instantly.
Ziv missing the drone hole with a flash. Not a big deal. Apparently no one pushing that for the Coastal Crew Live side, and I do not discount that decision. They have been getting picked apart. The fact that there's only 4 people alive after 60 seconds of play is such a statistical anomaly that it would lead me to believe that both sides have made too many mistakes to allow that to occur. But Jester are trying to really bring the hurt down. They're starting to get a bit more aggressive. Ziv's ready to jump through that CCTV hardwall. Eats the Nitro from below. The pre-placement precision there, and the headshot to follow soon. DDFD sending them out. They find CCTV, and they can play it once again before the side of Jester can get back to winning this one in the return, in the... What do you call it? The, man, I'm totally blanking on the word. No.
Before round 12?
Underdog return. What do you call that? Why am I blanking on this, Brian?
Underdog return?
Yeah. The comeback. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Before Jester can complete the comeback, Coastal Crew Live will have the option once again to play CCTV. And with the way that they played that, and the way that they outsmarted Jester in the final few moments, I think that may be their only chance, considering how strong Jester has been in the other objectives.
And honestly, Scott, I'm glad that you kind of mentioned that, because your own discombobulation there is a perfect example of the discombobulation that we saw during that lobby, wasn't it? I mean, Chester was in sight. They have a Finca LMG going nuclear, and they end up losing the round again. The problem that I have with hyper-aggression is you either go absolute hyper-aggression where everybody commits, or you don't. And we saw Jester kind of in that la-la land of hyper-aggression, if you will, right? Where we have It's Your Boy in sight, and you have other members of Jester nowhere near the ability to rush and push into sight. And kind of that mismatch of aggression puts Jester in that 2v2 where they're kind of having to take with the disadvantage, even though they're the same roster counts. And if everybody from Jester just rushed in the beginning, the plant would have most likely gone down, and it would have been a completely different round. It would have been us talking about going 5-4, but it's not the case. Coastal Crew Live puts themselves in a good position. They're on match point, but they're now forced to go to bomb sites that they've lost.
Keep in mind, now you're looking at Jester, who has a lot more weight on their shoulders. Coastal Crew Live had a lot of wiggle room. After a solid 5-1 half, you would look at that and say, we've got 4 rounds to bleed before we really have to worry about too much. We went around to make it to 5, but they weren't winning rounds. They were struggling. Jester was making the comeback. They picked 2 in a row, only being stopped on that CCTV objective. And look what Jester have done once again. This is full tunnel control. The entirety of dirt has been snuffed short by It's Your Boy. They're going to go ahead and move to the side a little bit more. Thank you. That was quite worrisome, but Coastal Crew Live are just giving that up. And notice the position behind short boxes is being held by Kente. That's the most important angle in terms of denial for that dirt you can possibly have. And it used to be you have to pick Maestro to play it. No longer the case. A lot of defensive players can hold that angle without needing a crutch weapon like the Aldo with the LMG potential. Instead, play it a little bit smarter and hold on as best you can. Nitro cell once again by DDFD, the destructive utility doing everything for the side of Coastal Crew Live. And now they've lost It's Your Boy in the Finca and Nat Gav on the flank watch for the Nomad.
Pulse Crew Live has taken this series by the horns and is going to try to ride it to the conclusion as fast as they possibly can. And they're doing a wonderful job at that, using that utility, using just the denial overall of this round. And Jester's going to have to overcome the man disadvantage. Now, they have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. It's going to be the hard breaching. You can, in theory, open up and have enough flexibility to kind of create your own space and your own avenues, but it's going to be difficult to do as Jester has now lost another attacker. You have one of the best time denials, Smoke, DB, and Node, by themselves over in the B-bomb site. And Armory Scott is just a dead man's land at this point. Smoke is dead. They're just not going to get res. So Jester's going to go into this execute in a 4v2.
Elixir's trying to drop down Kitchen Hatch. Will choose to expedite themselves quickly down. Everyone's watching, managing to find one. Looking now for the second. Couldn't complete the kill into Hirotoshi. One inside Hall, so he's going to go ahead and dive bomb into it. Ziv, working from Church Wall. Has the potential to get a crossfire enabled, but with the 2 frags guaranteed by Flixer, it sets up Jester for a much easier attack, but the overcoming potential still not really there, and Slushy just drills this one deeper into the dirt. Nice shot with the throw into the head of Ziv. Flixer still working from behind the shield. One player in Moto. This is a great angle. Sees the leg, but stands up too fast. Now taking damage through Kool-Aid Wall. A quick swing available now for the Coastal Crew Live side, and it looks like they'll have to force themselves quickly. Kitse finds themselves dead, but Slushy finishes the job. The Roni in hand to carry the side of Coastal Crew Live once again to another victory. This one much less closer than I would say the last one was for Coastal Crew Live, but only because we see it being a much more refreshing game. We see Jester pull something out of nowhere, and while the scoreline wasn't an almost OT situation like we saw before, I almost feel like it was still closer because every round was close. There were no real blowouts besides maybe Jester's really good attacking round they had on round 2 of the second half.
And Slushy was still a gnarly, impactful player. Up into 12 rounds, they found 17. We go into 10 rounds, and they find 12. I mean, simply put, they are an impactful player. No matter if they're on attack, no matter if they're on defense, they're putting themselves in the right position at the right time to find kills. That is an asset that you can never overlook. The ability to constantly be pressuring your opponents and putting themselves in bad positions is an excellent trait to have. And unfortunate, while Jester was looking strong, especially on those early attacking rounds, they weren't able to undo the hole that they dug themselves. The 5-1 half on their defending split, again, is just something that you just can't overcome.
It's like trying to already run a mile after you've already run 3, right? You ran a marathon and then try to follow it up with a second marathon. You can't do it. It was too big of a hole to come back from. The tiredness, the damage was done, and it was an easier cleanup because there's plenty of rounds to bleed, like I mentioned previously, for that Coastal side. So great game for them, but there's still more to come. Plenty more games to go. One big one, the final, so to say, as we'll see the team that knocked off one of the other teams earlier tonight, who quite frankly won that one in a very lopsided affair, 7-1, now gets to face off against the Coastal Live side. Brian, any predictions?
Oh, I might be biased in this one, my friend. I think Baby Back Boys is going to take it, and I think they're going to start to bring out some maps that are outside of the normal map pool. That's something that CCL is going to have to be very prepared for because they've been going to Clubhouse all day. I don't expect a Clubhouse to make it through the map ban phase.
Well, we don't know how Coastal Crew Live actually plays the other maps because we haven't seen
Very
it
true.
so far yet. So maybe it's their secret card. They're going to pull it out of nowhere and all of a sudden play really strong. No matter what, I think Slushy's going to have the game of their life to contend because everyone can gun at the same level as Slushy, it feels like, on that bad boy side. But make sure to stay tuned for more. We'll be right back after a quick little break. Welcome back, everybody. We've got some more action. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Sheaf. And it's our last BO1 of the night, the grand finals here for the Carry to College, powered by Spin. And speaking of Spin, Brian, we have a little bit more information about them.
We do. And Spin is always hosting events. Every single Tuesday, we have Rocky League Turbo Tuesday. Wednesdays are Valorant Road to Radiant. And Thursdays are Smash Bros. Ultimate. So if you want to participate in weekly events, we got you covered. And even better news, if you want to participate in some, I don't know, in-person events, we also got you covered.
Absolutely. And if you like Super Smash Bros., you like Valorant, you like Rocket League, and you like League of Legends, there's plenty of opportunities. Now, League, if you want to do that Spin and Doa Showcase, that's May 7th through the 8th. It's a great way to do so. It's also Valorant, Smash, and Rocket League there. You can also take a look at our Catawba Campus series. That's over in Hickory. And you'll see how that one goes down. That's also a fun one, all things considered, because there's Smash, Valorant, and Rocket League as well. And the one that is maybe the most important, at least in my mind, because I think I'll be going to it as well here, Brian. So maybe you'll be able to see me in person and hang out. It's the Helix Recruiting Showcase up in Foxborough, Massachusetts. I went to this last year, and it was so much fun to hang out with everybody up at Patriot Place at the Helix Arena. It is so cool to hang out over there. But that's Rocket League, Valorant, and of course, Smash once again. I'm excited for this. Or sorry, Rocket League once again. I'm excited for this here, Brian, because this has been what we've been working towards all day now. For the last 4 plus 5 hours, everything has been coming up to this one point, and I'm ready to see it off.
And this is also an excellent opportunity for us to get, or the players to get some spin leader points, right? I mean, that's one of the best ways to, gain more points for that free land ticket that you're talking about, or you could use it for a montage. How about a custom Twitter header? So this is an excellent opportunity, as you're alluding to. We've been working all day for this point, and somebody's going to be taking home a lot of the milestone rewards points today.
Yeah, add those up, and they really do come back to assist you. Really excited to see how this one goes down. We've got 2 teams coming out. Obviously, everybody knows CCL. Everyone's been going wild and chat about them. But we're going to go back to a team we've seen before. Brian, you actually think they're going to win. And how do you think that's going to go now that we're seeing a new map? It's Villa that's on the chopping block.
Now, I had some insider information that Baby Back Boys were setting themselves up for Bank, Theme Park, Border, or Skyscraper. And they
Ooh.
didn't get their map choice. CCL banned every single one of those maps. So, we're going over to Villa. The fact that they didn't want to play. So, honestly, that might shake my confidence just a bit in Baby Back Boys. But again, to be fair, they are a roster with a lot of experience in collegiate, in the high school ecosystem, in amateur T3, T4, and that's something that CCL is going to have to overcome. Slushy has been a standout player for Coastal Crew Live, but they're going to have to shoot against some of the best shooters in the game, and I don't think they're going to be dropping another 17 or 12 bomb.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that. I mentioned at the end of the last game that they're going to have to step up big because basically everybody at Baby Back Boys has the fraggy potential of him, and that's going to be something that's hard to overcome. I think Coastal Crew Live will need to rely more on their utility and less on the gun-up style of play that it really came down to. That's not the only game. That last map's not the only map. We've seen people allude it to being kind of Call of Duty style, of them gunning, running, playing their own strengths, and it was also the same thing with Coastal Crew's game initially against Mosta Clan. So how do you allude to the fact that Villa is much more reminiscent of a stylized map, a lot more strategy, and a lot less run and gun potential, just considering the tighter corners and harder halls? And to make matters worse, cutting down the running and gun potential, Zofia banned in the veto phase.
We've seen both these operators initially banned back on Chalet for our first semifinal of the day, and why those bans weren't particularly impactful then, Coastal Crew Live has been playing a lot of Zofia and a lot of Jaeger. I mean, Jaeger's on every single defending lineup, but the attacking lineup, and particularly Slushies bringing out that LMGE, no longer an operator that they can crutch onto. So now they're going to have to play something a bit different. Maybe you go over to the Finca, or maybe you just bring out an Ash altogether.
All right, so let's think about what we can see go down now on the attack. Obviously, with the attacker repick, can't really give too many points because it's obviously going to change. But with planes and games being on the chopping block, one of the more important factors for CCL will be this extension off of site. If you're playing planes and games, you're going to extend over towards trophy and statuary as well as the master bedroom side, and it's the same thing vice versa. The only time you don't really extend to the opposing side of the map is when you're playing that tertiary objective of kitchen and dining. You extend upstairs right above where you're lying in wait for the objective in master bedroom and statuary, and that's really about it. So I'm curious, how much is the extension going to matter, and can the side of Baby Back Boys continue to snuff it out much like they did in our previous match with them?
Planes and games, the first primary bomb site elected by Coastal Crew Live, and they're going to have to be very careful of what Baby Back Boys elects to bring out on their attack, because Baby Back Boys is the roster that will run at you and be in the bomb site in the first 30 seconds of the round. Now, Coastal Crew Live just played against that exact same style of play in their previous series on Clubhouse, so they should be prepared for that. In fact, they had Finkas in the bomb site so early on that hopefully they're mining those door frames, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Coastal Crew Live might be expanding over to the north with too much of their defending force and leave those on-site anchors just a bit exposed.
Still, plenty of time for Baby Back Boys to methodically approach this one. I'm curious about what their mainstay approach will be for each of these objectives. From the looks of things, they're going to go ahead and start to pursue main door well, as well as trying to apply pressure on stairs. Centrix will go and play some air jams, more than likely in that direction. Nix is going to go ahead and try to clear out, make sure nobody's hanging out in library down below, and that will allow for them to apply pressure with the nades from the bottom side, hoping to catch Coastal Crew off guard on the defense. We mentioned it before. How do you play against a nade stack team? And we said that Baby Back Boys likes to play the nade stack, but this time around, only 2 nades, 9 flashes, and a claymore in their pockets, as well as having the drones. And to make matters worse, they've now lost some of those flashes. Beretta finding a nice impactful kill early, but not Rust frags it back in return, tying us at 4-on-4 once again. No one maintaining the odds in their favor, but eventually something has to fall and go even further beyond. And for the looks of things, Russ is trying to facilitate that by using the IQ to remove all of the utility from below.
There's a flanker still in play, over by Memo, in fact. So only a few door frames away from the Baby Back Boys attackers on that middle floor. They do have flank drones in play, and that might be probably more important when Coastal Crew Live elects to kind of expand and be aggressive and try to counter the Baby Back Boys attack. I mean, that's the way to do so, but they're going to have to start to move quickly, because Baby Back Boys are now all on the top floor, and they're all trying to challenge the fixed positions of Coastal Crew Live. Now, the one thing that isn't taking place is, why aren't we destroying this deployable shield? No nades for Nyx, and I wonder if he doesn't have a Gon 6 as well.
It would be unprecedented to bring out the Ayana and bring basically nothing of what makes Ayana good. The only thing we've seen then is the Gemini replicator. That's all there is truly to the hands of Ayana now, but speaking of the hands, it looks like the side of Coastal Crew Live's trying to play Baby Back Boys into their hands, but thankfully, Russ peeks first, and Kinte is lying in wait to pounce, does just that, and finds the headshot to clean things off, taking a lick of damage in the process, but surviving and thriving may be the term to describe it. Baby Back Boys on the back burner. A player disadvantaged their side, and 45 seconds left to trickle as the clock ticks ever further down. 2 players holding back towards landing, trying to watch doorway. Hirotoshi knocks down Nyx a peg, sets it up for a 2-on-4. Nightmares trying to be the nightmare to the side of CCL, managing to find one, and removes the best player of Slushy on the side of Coastal Crew. They'll manage to get the plant down as well. Centrix covering. They now need to escape past this position, utilizing the hard wall to their advantage. Not enough damage dealt fast enough. Nightmares barely able to secure the DB&O. Gets a second shot to Kinte. A push through Billiard's door there, and Hirotoshi finds the refrag instead. It's now all up to Hirotoshi, and they find the shot opportunity and the one-on-one, and now can easily, with plenty of time, get the defuse. Coastal Crew Live go up first.
Hirotoshi on 7 HP, Scott, and they're still able to find the triple kill in the round. It was the flank into the classical corridor. And while Baby Back Boys did a wonderful job of taking control of the bomb site, planting in an odd position, it was the foot-level holes that Coastal Crew Live set up during that prep phase that was able to break down the post plant at Baby Back Boys. And boy, oh boy, when it turned to a 1v2 there, I almost assumed that Baby Back Boys was able to win that, but I think they found themselves an opponent that is going to fight for tooth and nail for every ounce of real estate here on Villa.
I think real estate kind of is the name of Villa, right? I mean, it's a vacation home, right? And not like the
Attackers need to
sense that you and
locate
I
and
may
defuse as many
understand as an
bombs as
inside
they
joke
can.
between us, but in the sense that you come here for a nice stay, for a good time, and Coastal Crew Live are doing everything they can to maintain that good time. They want to stay safe in sight. They wanted this to be their safe space, and Baby Back Boys tried their best, but cut short. It really did come down to the wire in the last few moments. That means this game is more even than initially maybe let on. And talking about the first influential picks, both sides managing to find basically the first blood because they happened so quickly in succession from each other. And I'm happening to believe that the extension that came
10
through for
seconds
Coastal
to
Crew
go.
Live, the only reason it was successful is because nobody on Baby Back Boys was able to push through
5
Classic
seconds
Hall,
left.
and they didn't apply pressure from the northern side. It was a really main stare and
Attackers' objective
study-oriented
is to
push,
locate a
and it
bomb and
ultimately
defuse it.
backfired on them, as anyone who attempted to
Attackers
enter
have
through
dropped the bomb
aviation
diffuser.
gets cut
Attackers
down
recover
by the
the
player
diffuser.
Kente was playing on top of the game with Kaid, and that landing hold with 2 players was just too much to overcome.
If we look at the attacking lineup for Baby Back Boys, I think they've learned their lesson with the deployable shields that Coastal Crew Live is going to be bringing out. You have now 2 sets of grenades away from kind of the one that you had earlier. You have 2 sets of Gone 6s as well. So you're going to have a lot more attacking utility capable of destroying any of that precious defender utility. And you also got a roamer over by planes and games. This is going to be the real test of Baby Back Boys. They haven't really gone against a full roam earlier today, and now, well, they're going to have to deal with it and see what planes and games looks like.
Kushi sitting on site, the clutch player from last round, but already first frag picked up again for Coastal Crew Live. No instantaneous refrag, but the pressure is definitely on as you can already see the side of Baby Back Boys starting to put some existence to its classical hall, something that they got forbidden off of that last round entirely because of the toxic babes that were sent, and because of the ability of Coastal Crew Live to buy time. They were able to force Baby Back Boys into a single slotted approach. However, this time around, they're continuing to do just that. Coastal Crew Live already thriving for one more. Tons of drones coming out. Hirotoshi is pinned. We'll have to hope for at least one more. I don't think it's a likely possibility. The flash will go out. That's the retina is gone. And Hirotoshi will easily be dealt with beyond that as Tabled cleans up for the kill. Trying to clean up house away from sight to try and make this an even trade. It's 3-on-3.
Demonstrating the new flashbang mechanics that actually do, well, flashbang things, removing that player. There's a time where that flashbang would have been more CSGO-like, and you could look away from them. Baby Back Boys demonstrating their understanding of the new
Bomb
age
located
of
by attackers.
flashbangs. But, Scott, do you notice that the defenders have their own understanding, their own utility? Look where DDFD is, roaming downstairs the Nitro Cell, and just waiting for the audio cue of somebody to pressure him. Nyx does exactly that, not exactly what DDFD was looking for, but there's Nitro Cell dispatch, and it could be good for
Attackers
one,
have
but I
recovered
think
their
Nitro
diffuser.
Cell, pardon me, the FMG9, or the FMG11 was able to find it first.
You'll get it somewhere along there. It's in the brain somewhere. Brian, I'm
yep.
sure you can collect yourself to find it. Speaking of collecting, Nightmares needs to collect 2 more in this round alone. For the looks of things, DDFT and Kente are holding over towards the astronomy site. Quick swing around through that master bathroom, and you'll see a player start to peruse their interest through the master bedroom door. They're going
bomb
to
has
use
been
that soft
located.
wall they left open, and DDFT is none the wiser where Nightmare is lying. He gets a great shot on over. Nightmare's in a bad spot lying, and the Toxic Babe can't fire back on the stand-up, and Kente, shockingly, despite the disparity of that engagement, comes out on top there, and they manage to find yet another defensive round win. Already more rounds than the side we saw previously against Baby Back Boys collect. Legends only took one of them, and Coastal Crew Live are 2-0 on Baby Back Boys.
Honestly, if they didn't prone there, or if they didn't stand back up to crouch, they would 100% win
Yes.
that gunfight. Oh, so frustrating. I wonder if that was a byproduct of being in that toxic gas grenade, right? You're starting to take tick damage, and you just don't expect the smoke to re-swing you. Again, Coastal Crew Live doing an excellent job of playing on their
Defenders,
toes
protect your bombs from being
constantly.
defused by
Well
attackers.
done to them, and we came into this series thinking that Baby Back Boys would have kind of free reign here on Villa, but that is so far not the case. The first showing of your favorite bomb site here on Villa, and I wonder if this is going to be the turnaround point for Baby Back Boys, because they have changed their attacking lineup to meet the needs of this bomb site, in particular the sledgedown play.
I really like what Coastal Crew Live have done though. This is not your stereotypical defense now of the kitchen and dining site. Instead, you're seeing them
10 seconds left
employ a
before
bit more of
insertion.
an aggressive, stylized operator lineup. Kaid can
5
deny
seconds
and
left.
play for the hatches as well as being able to take the laundry walls pretty much solo, as well as
Attackers
playing
must
those walls
locate and
towards
defuse
China.
the
If
bomb.
you play the Mozzie, you're extending, you're gathering information. You can head back to side, and it really does help you late game because you can utilize those drones you've now yoinked away from the attack to your own advantage on the defense to help facilitate a stronger position against their siege. But I think the more important factor here is, along with the information the pests can allow, which they've already picked up one, might I add, is the fact that there's black eye cameras in the hands of DDFD on the Valkyrie. And DDFD has been amazing so far in this one. Their positioning, their ability to stay alive, their clutch potential, all of that adding up sets up Coastal Crew so nicely. Slushy playing on the castle, that is an expected result, and having an alibi on Hirotoshi, who has come alive on this map. A polar opposite style that we saw there on the map of Clubhouse twice in a row, where Hirotoshi was just there for the support. Now, fragging out of their mind. Coastal Crew Live, they have a greedy, but a nice attempt. But it looks like, oh no! Beretta with the commando finds one, make it two, taking command of the situation, hunting for the third, but Nyx finally stops the hemorrhaging. But the damage already been done. A Baby Back Boys down, still another player.
What happened, baby back boys? You were pressuring the upstairs hold. They had players, in particular Beretta, stuck in a corner, and they weren't able to find that. One of the nitro cells now expended, and Coastal Crew Live, sure, they just dropped a player, but that player found
Attackers
two
have located
very
a bomb.
important kills, and probably one of the most important players in the Baby Back Boys attack. The sledge is off the board. No flat place breaching charges, no secondary shotguns, and DDFD and their precision with the nitro cells finds an additional kill. Still one more nitro cell on the side of Coastal Crew Live, who's looking like they're going to go with a flawless quarter at this rate. Again, a position that we just did not see Baby Back Boys ever entering into. It is possible that Nightmares might be able to break this down, but they're going to have to start to win gunfights relatively quickly.
You have lost the potential of using that sledge to clear the floorboards. To make matters worse, no breaching charters. Essentially, all of what you wanted to put together has fallen apart. You have to change things, flip it on its head, but more and more is starting to pound against you. Time favoring the defenders. Father Time clicks ever further. You have to start to play this one smart. Nade tossed over towards the side of Mimo, trying to clear out and make some space. Nightmares does that by getting a kill, able to find Kente. This drops it down to a 2-on-2. Baby Back Boys don't want to be done with this one just yet. Table is calling for a timeout after it as well, making sure that they have some time to talk things through. But with 20 seconds on the clock, the round's not done just yet. Nightmares trying to work in from China. Russ and out for Mimo. Looks like they have set themselves up to
15
possibly
seconds to
have the
go.
pincer. Shots connect to Slushy.
Attackers have
Slushy
dropped
needs
the
to play
bomb
around
diffuser.
Z. Slushy with a nice shot to one.
10
Russ
seconds
finds
to
the
go.
other one. Hirotoshi can just hide. They can just play
Attackers
this one
have
for
recovered their
time. There is no chance that Russ
5
can
seconds
stick
to
this
go.
one, stand up for the kill, and replay it. If Hirotoshi just peeks this one back again, it's no, he has to stick. This has to go down. Hirotoshi
Attackers are active.
nowhere near, though. And now it comes down to the 1v1 in the plant favoring the side of Baby Back Boys. Hirotoshi flipped on their head, now hanging out in Memorial Room. Needs to realize they're not by Tetris and center, but has no clue where they're lying in wait for this pounce to go through. Tries to play slowly once again, teasing the idea they could be towards Pantry with the castle barricade, denying the outlook and potential of that direction. Hirotoshi is still trying to clear out towards the back of kitchen. No one holding that direction, though. Laundry room, main point of danger
Attackers
right
need to
now for
protect the
Hirotoshi.
diffuser. Position
They have no
compromised.
time. They're running out of it. The clock is ticking down. They not found the impact. And there's no way to get this defusal off unless he gets the kill. Still, no time left, but a valiant effort there by Hirotoshi.
Bomb
What a
defused.
recovery round by Baby Back Boys.
An excellent lesson to be learned there for Coastal Crew Live. They just went a little bit too far away from the bomb site. And Coastal Crew Lions, Hirotoshi in particular, had to make a decision. What do you prioritize? Do you prioritize getting chased, or do you prioritize the plant? And you have to put yourself in, as a defender, in a situation to be able to do both. Where you're safe if you get rushed, but you're also safe in the event the diffuser goes down. Coastal Crew Live is going to learn that lesson moving forward. But the fact that they were able to find so many impactful kills, Beretta's early dispatching of Baby Back Boys, again, was an incredible notion to the round. And Coastal Crew Live is beyond expectations. They are playing brilliantly.
Out of their minds, Brian. This is,
Mhm.
we expected quite a lot from the side of Baby Back Boys, and Monster Crew Live have really started to turn things on its head. This is not going to be a game that you're looking at and saying, well, it's a blowout. Coastal Crew Live have not only turned things around, but have made Baby Back Boys quite uncomfortable. Not the situation they attempted to be in or wanted to be in. And it looks like there is, in fact,
Attackers
a
need to
contending
locate
point
and
here in the
defuse
grand finals for
bombs.
who gets the most points here for Spin to see what type of reward they want to garner. Of course, you know all about that, Brian.
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm of course getting that land ticket, man. You know, best player in A. It's just
Yeah,
free for
it's
me,
true.
bro.
It's true. Only in Rocket League, though, where you play it like it's an
Yes.
FPS, where you
Yes.
just
I
crash
mean,
into people constantly.
you know, if there was a demo god challenge for SSL, I would 100% have it.
That makes sense. Yeah, that would make sense because you demolish any of your teammates' chances to win games and
10
ruin their
seconds left
MMR.
before insertion.
That is true, actually. That's why all my friends aren't GC because they queue with
5
me.
seconds left before insertion.
All right, it's
my
fine.
fault.
Moving on.
Attackers' objective is to locate
Got
a
ourselves
bomb
a
and defuse
recovery round for Baby Back Boys, and their timeout that buys 30 seconds, and it also holds back the momentum that Coastal Crew Live were able to garner for themselves. But I think that last round, with the ending going in favor of Baby Back Boys, might have been enough of a momentum destroyer for Coastal Crew Live, just on the mental chance that it could take, the toll it takes on the psyche of what their defense had happen to them, dismantled bit by bit, torn board by board. And yes, that is in fact a reference. Please let me know if you guys get that, because I love that show.
I don't get the reference.
Yeah, because you're old. You didn't grow up on the show. Like,
Well, what show is it?
it was SpongeBob.
Oh, 100%. I was definitely a Cartoon Network kid, not a Nickelodeon kid. So
I
that's
was
on
too
me.
for a while, but no, SpongeBob's a classic.
It is a classic. Another
Bomb
classic
located
about
by
Rainbow
attackers.
Six Siege is spotting out roamers. Nyx does so, but they actually don't get the kill from it. They allow that player to continue to rotate away, and, well, Baby Back Boys is inside, particularly Table, who's just eating up at this point, and now Coastal Crew Live is like, I think our bomb site's just a smidge compromised, and where's Nightmares now? Why is the diffuser going down? You've been in sight for so darn long. Oh, that's because there was only Tabled in sight. Bretta retakes, though. This could be crucial because there's that little lull where Bretta might have been able to shut down the plant. Nightmare's now moments away from
Attackers are
completing
activating
that
the
plant, and Nyx on the coverage on the exterior portion of the bomb site will be that primary player of locking Bretta down in the hunting gun vault.
He's kind of in a bad spot. Nyx will lie down in Classical Hall and utilize the floorboards down beneath that soft wall. The holes created by them themselves on the defense being used against them. That's really how the objective turns around. Once you set down that diffuser, things are once again as if you're into the second half. You're now from the defense on the attack, having to play against your own defensive setups. It's hard to while you understand what you did, it's hard to play around what you did, and obviously incapable of doing so. And we see Baby Back Boys come back. Do you think their timeout, Brian, there is them looking at them going, saying, "How about we try a round where we just run in there?
Oh,
What if
absolutely.
we just
locate
go?"
and defuse bombs.
It 100% is because they've been suffering nitrocell denial. They've been suffering roamers to the north side of the map. I mean, Coastal Crew Live is playing very traditionally, and they're doing a great setup. The thing is, if you expand yourself out too much, expecting one type of play, the offense has the
Attackers have
ability of
located a bomb.
breaking out a completely different style of play. That's one of the new net benefits to the attacker repick away from 6-pick, right? And it gives you the opportunity of flexing your attacking
10
lineup
seconds
to
to
fit
insertion.
your needs. Now, of course, Baby Back Boys wasn't bringing out something as gnarly
5
as a
seconds to
Ying
insertion.
Rush, but Tabled spots an avenue into sight, and they take it. Something that Coastal
Attackers
Crew
are
Live
moving to
needs to be
defuse a bomb.
much more cognizant of.
It's a weak link. It is a hole in their defense, and that was one thing we called out for Baby Back Boys as well on the map of Chalet. They found all the weak spots. They droned out, but they weren't slow about droning. They were very swift about when they gathered information, when there was the slightest gap of space created by the defense not covering an angle. Guess who dove in every time? Tabled. Also, Nightmares did it occasionally. Now on the hard breach, so not necessarily the person to do so, but also Russ, who was playing out of their mind as well on that map. And they're doing it once again. Last round being the biggest indicator of just that tail. Now you're seeing Nade play from underneath. They're trying to take out anyone on Coastal Crew, but they only managed to damage Hirotoshi and Slushy. But enough damage is done, and eventually they'll fall. That all adds up, or maybe counts down to 0, and then once again tag Slushy with that nade from underneath.
We're starting to expend our nades, though, Scott. You have 2 sets. One of them completely burned, so 2 more still in Russ's pocket. But is it going to be Baby Back Boys now prioritizing those grenades in another fashion? Russ is DB&O right now, and we've lost the Finca. So their position over by Study is going to be a very difficult res because of these head-level holes. Nix is going to certainly try it. The pre-fire on forward, but DDFD was camping the DB&O player, removes the Knicks coverage as well as Russ on the low HP DBNO, and now it's going to force Nightmares to take the aggressive stance around the door frame. Good enough for this kills, but DDFD, they're starting to go kind of nuclear. 3 kills to their name, now converted to the quad.
Running out of ammo, those 6 shots can pull out the MP5, finds the headshot, it's an ace for DDFD, and Coastal Crew Live return in triumphant fashion, all off the back of one man. Much like we saw the back of Table carry their way through that last round by sprinting onto sites, we see DDFD do much of the same. Now we'll have at least guaranteed an even half for Coastal Crew Live. That means good for their defensive approach, but now they have to replicate that same thing on the attack and probably even go above and beyond. There's a high possibility we could see OT with how even this has been, but Baby Back Boys, they're a team that they know strategy. They have tactical approaches. And while we aren't really going to see that as much on the attack right now, because they obviously found that the rush and prodding at the weak points quickly is the more definitive approach against Coastal Crew Live's defense, I think that when they switch to the defensive half, they are a team that is ridiculously hard to overcome. It'll be hard for the Coastal Crew Live side on the attack to try and face off against such a sturdy, tactically sound defensive structure as theirs.
And I love the change in the scoreboard for Coastal Crew Live. We were talking about the slushy storyline earlier. 17 kills in the first showing of Clubhouse, 12 on the second showing. They are struggling in the kill department here, but it really doesn't matter, Scott, because everybody else from Coastal Crew Live is doing their job and simply winning gunfights. And that's the hallmark of a good team, relying on not just one individual to carry themselves to success, but relying on the entire team to carry their own weight. Coastal Crew Live here in the Grand Finals is looking like a different roster. They're playing perfectly synergized, and Baby Back Boys is going to have to do something here on their trophy attack, their final attack of this half, if they want to bring it to 3-3.
Oh, their attempted approach will be through the master bedroom. They'll break that castle barricade and put Kente in a very bad spot. Their only way to escape will be through the master bedroom door. What a dangerous sprint away. Do not repeat that, Kente, if you want to survive for much longer, as a player repelled in the master bedroom window will be able to cut you down quite quickly. Also, a quick run-in possible from the astronomy side and the master bathroom, and you can already see how Baby Back Boys have eluded themselves and returned to playing this. They have 2 Rotero Jones left, which means they've expended a few already, and that means that a lot of Coastal Crew's defensive structures may no longer be available, and we continuously see them drone these structures out, finding as much impact as possible in the intel that will allow for them to safely transgress themselves through these rooms and onto site, and a possible nade play with the magnet yoinking it but not cooked, and doesn't seem to find any semblance of impact. Baby Back Boys, it came down to a 1v1, a 2v1 technically speaking, and there was the chance of return, but they fell short just barely in that last attempt, and does not look like they're trying to have that indiscretion once again. They are coming alive with Russ finding 2, Centrix with the 3rd, and just DDFD and Slushy left standing. Slushy himself finding 1 before being cut down by Nightmares.
The diffuser's isolated in Coat, though, so it allowed DDFD to continue to exist over by the south side of the map, in through Bourne, but as soon as Nightmares begins to start to plant, it's going to be Nightmare fuel for the final player of Coastal Crew Live, and, well, they've had valiant efforts and ace in the previous round, but it's not going to be enough to shut down the 4 gun barrels eagerly looking for their position.
Wow. Now the halftimes must switch. Coastal Crew Live, we can hope and pray that they find enough intel in the actual round phase, in that prep phase, to maybe repick into some smarter selection choices against what Baby Back Boys are going. Because we don't see them utilize that attack or repick. I don't know how strong of a chance they have against the Baby Back Boys defense, considering what we saw in the few rounds that we did see on the map of Chalet. I'm led to believe that Coastal Crew Live's somewhat slow and somewhat lackluster in some of their rounds of previous Clubhouse. That could be a major fault for them, and they could trip up early and just allow Baby Back Boys to capitalize.
We're seeing a new operator in the attacking lineup. Jackal has been unbanned all day, but not played a single round. we've been talking about these grandiose rooms, Scott, where defenders are allowed to just exist in random corners of the map and not droned out. I think Coastal Crew Live is starting to kind of read the writing on the wall, saying, hey, you know, it's very possible that Baby Back Boys is going to play very similar to the way that we played
10
with
seconds
a
to go.
large-scale roam. So you know what? We're going to expedite our roam, and we're just going to kind of do our due
5
diligence,
seconds
dot
to
our I's,
insertion.
cross our T's by bringing out the Jackal, just to make sure that there's no odd
Attackers are
corners being
moving out to
occupied by
locate
an
a bomb and
aggressive
defuse
defender.
it.
I think aggression's kind of the name of the game for Baby Back Boys as well. How can we deny them of their ability to play aggressively when we saw them do that in round 3, in round 5, round 6, and round 4, and 2, and 1? Basically, they play aggressive.
All
That's what the
aggression.
point I'm getting at, right? They are ruthless aggression. And Baby Back Boys now in the defense, I have no doubt that they're still going to be aggressive, but I feel like their aggressive will be more passive aggressive, right? In a way that's not going to gaslight you, like some people's passive aggressiveness is like, but more in a way that's like, we won't go ahead and play the roam game entirely just to kill you. We'll only dive when we know it's completely safe. One player up and landing, holding top of stairs, another player down at bottom of stairs near basement, and you've got plenty of still fragging potential spread across this map, allowing for Baby Back Boys to transition and pivot in the underground stages of this map and actually try to catch the flank, the unawares rear of the Coastal
Bomb
Crew side.
located by attackers.
Fred has yet to be able to use a single bit of the Inox scanner. This actually could be quite hard. It's allowed Coastal Crew Live to take control of planes and games, and now here comes an Inox scanner. It's going to spot one of the roamers. I don't know why he didn't grab one of the red feet, though. He had red feet in front of him. So the difference between the colors are red means that you're going to get 5 pings, and all the way down to blue means you're going to get 1 single ping. So the amount of pings that Coastal Crew Live could have had, it's going to be reduced somewhat, but it really will do its damage. It's going to force one of those roamers away. The nitro cell down below has been spent, and you could still rotate additional nitro cells over, but now you're stuck in that corner with the Mossberg shotgun. They're going to be forced to perpetually exist in that spot, and that's Bretta and the Inox scanner dead.
And DDFD, the carry for the fast few rounds for the Coastal Crew side. This is a hard place to overcome. Kente tries to swing out, gets fragged down, but only DB and Ode. Instead, we're able to be standing back up. Table gets the kill right after, though. Not a good spot to be in. You see Hirotoshi finally finding something. It's not just one kill, it's an 8 kill and a kill with the gun up. But unfortunately, now being DB and finished by Russ, who's been prowling around. Kente eventually will fall, and with an 8 in hand, their corpses immediately exploded afterward. And it's seeing Baby Back Boys. The first round on the defense coming up to them. And we saw the first 2 rounds for Coastal Crew Live's defense also do the exact same thing. So maybe we can't say too much now, but Baby Back Boys in that round really didn't feel like they had any level of discomfort. They dominated on all levels, and I can't help but allude that to the fact that they were just unaware in their presence. Despite there being an Inox scanner on the map, it just didn't find the impact it needed.
Did you notice what Baby Back Boys was doing that round? One player would get aggressive. That player that was just aggressive would fall back, and then a
Defenders,
new
protect your
player
bombs
would get
from being
aggressive and
defused by
swing from a
attackers.
new angle. You can kind of visualize it as the pistons in your car's motors. One's up, one's down, back and forth for motion.
We're gamers. We're not car people.
Well, I don't know what else to describe it as. Again, like, I can't use a ball sport reference because I don't know
like
ball
what
sport.
what do like a sound wave, right? Like
Yeah, but that's too complicated. You expect people to understand like a sine wave or a sound wave?
all right, let's do the Oompa Loompas dancing then. We're like one
Yeah,
crouches, the other
exactly. It's like a
stands.
bunch
There
of
you go.
Oompa
Everybody
Loompas.
watched Willy Wonka as a kid, like
That's
that.
true.
There you go.
Okay, so Baby Back Boys are playing like
10
a bunch of
seconds left
Oompa
before
Loompas.
insertion.
One goes up, one goes down. They're springing back and forth.
5 seconds
And
to go.
that variability in the aggression was keeping Coastal Crew on their toes because
Attackers must
where do you
locate and
shoot? You know,
defuse
the
the
player
bomb.
that was just shooting you is no longer a threat, but there's a new player now shooting you, which is a bigger threat. How do you prioritize it? How do you challenge that? And that question was left unanswered for Coastal Crew Live.
I don't think I said it was like Oompa Loompas. I didn't say to call them Oompa Loompas,
Oh,
Brian.
my apologies. Offended like Oompa Loompas. Clip it and ship it.
That's so funny though. They're playing really strong. It is that back and forth nature. They expose one, let them step back, and then they expose another, and then exposes weaknesses on the Coastal Crew Live side. And you have to give something to take something, and that's kind of that push and pull methodology and mentality that R6 has. And right now, for the side of Baby Back Boys, they're giving a ton up, but they're not letting the side of Coastal Crew take it whatsoever. Instead, only finding their own impact. And from the looks of things, even though we do see an extension down below the library from the Baby Back Boys side, it looks like it's their Kaid of Centrix, as well as their player. I think if that may be Nyx, it may be not Russ, actually. I think it is, in fact, not Russ. Now, swinging with the MPX. Could be bad. Nice shot there with the bearing. Shuts down Rust. It's DDFD. Also denies the chance that nitro cell being expended and detonated beyond its initial toss. Kinstay gets trapped onto his own player. That's Table finding both of them in the process, though. Table to find a third, make it a fourth. Wow, quick spade of Beretta looking up to Slushy, and just Hirotoshi is left standing, and it's not for long. The Mossberg devastates, and Baby Back Boys find another round win.
No ace for Table. It wouldn't be the second time that, or wouldn't be, yeah, it would be the second time that we'd seen MP5K wielding defender with that ace, but Table with the most important kills of that round. Dealing with the pressure, mounting over by Library with one of the roamers, the Valkyrie falling, and then Table forced to fight for their life, scrap for their life over in the study. The stairwell trying to get back to the bomb site. Table was fighting their demons. They were being pressured by 4 attackers practically simultaneously, and they just deal with it with ease.
You think that's the adaptation in play right now for Baby Back Boys, because they gave something up and then they would take it back? That was that back and forth because of the Oompa Loompa strategy of Baby Back Boys. They didn't really do it that much in that round. Instead, they just played forefront. They didn't need to do that style of play. Instead, they just gun up, and Tabled was the exceptional status quo for that. Constantly being in the foray, constantly in the face. Maybe not always finding success, but when they find success, it looks good. And right there is perfect proof of that. 4 kills to their name. Now Coastal Crew Live are looking down in a bit of a precarious spot. They've bled 2 rounds in a row. It's really more than that in total, considering the first half's ending spree for the side of Baby Back Boys. But Coastal Crew Live are kind of desperate at this point, at least in my mind. 1 more round bled away, and that's Baby Back Boys at match point, and they can't allow that to happen. How do you change the attack to fix up against everything Baby Back Boys is bringing to the table?
Well, yeah, remove the chocolate factory and you remove all the Oompa Loompas from them. That's how you win, man. Just knock down the map. It is.
Just shoot them. Like, put their HP to 0, put their HP to 0, and keep yours above 0, right? Isn't that the way?
Brilliant. 100%. I'm so glad you're here, man. Like, you're providing the best insight that
I am color with a U. Yeah.
With a U, yeah.
With a U, because we're special. We like to be cool. I'm adding some flair to it. Much like the flare right now for the side of Baby Back Boys is not working. Beretta finding an option there onto Nyx. Unfortunately, their teammates Hirotoshi and Slushy lose the fight to Russ, who cuts them down quite swiftly, 2 in a row. The same exact transfer. 4 versus 3 now. Baby Back Boys climbing back after the first loss. And, well, can say Beretta and DDFD have a huge hill they have to climb, and they have to get through Russ first, and Russ is in a good spot to fight back, but loses the initial engagement. Now just needs to be wary of the player at the bottom of landing stairs, but they don't peek fast enough. Nightmares swings out from Memo, but Kinte's watching it. Great coverage right now for Coastal Crew.
There's the Inox scanner providing some information, alerting Coastal Crew Line. There's still pressure upstairs, and oh boy, they're in sight right now. Beretta leads a charge. DDFD right behind the diffuser starting to go down, and it's going to now be Russ linking up with their comrade in crime, trying to prevent this. Russ with another beautiful headshot through the green barricade. That's not going to deter the plant at all, and DDFD is going to start to clean up shop. It's going to be Russ's clutch. It's going to be the forced ace. The nitrocell lands very much short, stuck on some of that wooden components of the wall, and well, where are they? They're lost in the sauce, stuck in a 90-degree crossfire, and it's really on Coastal Crew to play this long-range, arm's-length transaction and prevent Russ from breaking down this crossfire. He goes for his best try. Handgun in hand, good with the deagle, and now he's going to be forced to go with the defuse. A 7-second defuse time, and Russ will not be able to find anything in this round. He finds 4, but not the most important player left alive, DDFD.
DDFD's last time we saw the opportunity for DDFD to clutch on this objective, they couldn't do it. Ran out of time. Now looking at it the opposing direction, yeah, it kind of goes back. Baby Back Boys fall short just based on time for that defusal. This has been back and forth. Coastal Crew Live doing exactly what Baby Back Boys did in the first half. 2 round wins to the defense, and then an attacking round win. And it looks like we're may see a tale of the tape as the game continues onward. Baby Back Boys looking to send us back to trophy and statuary. Remember that the last time we saw this, where we saw the Baby Back Boys play this on the attack, after they took that round win on that tertiary site, they just sprinted in and won the round. I don't think that's a possibility. Oh, no, we're switching to trophy and statuary. Never mind, not planes and games. The last time we saw this one, though, it was close. Coastal Crew Live falling short early because of the Oompa Loompa strategy, as we call it, Brian. And I think they need to push Master Benjamin here.
Well, it's going to be hard to break down the Oompa Loompa-ing that we saw out of Baby Back Boys. And again, I think we'll...
Yes.
Okay, stop. I'll only stop when I get the golden ticket.
Okay, that's true. That's true. That maybe that golden ticket to the LAN event that you can get when you earn enough. You know,
1,500 points.
There you go.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, I mean, we're going to be earning a lot of points today. Whoever wins, and also a decent amount of prize pooling. $600 for the first place team, $300 for the second place team, and then the teams that ended up falling in the semifinals both are going to take home $50, which is still not bad. But again, a lot of money on the line between these two rosters, and Baby Back Boys puts himself in a good position, but they still aren't out of the woods yet, right? You still have to win, and Coastal Crew Live is knocking on the threshold of your 5v5.
That threshold is quite important as well. It's the wiggle room that Baby Back Boys will pick up for themselves, and it's important to pick up that, right? It's not only this kind of gap stop between you and the opposing team, but it's a safety net, not just on the map, not just the way you play, but it's a safety net of saying, okay, we can bleed this. This is not a problem if we don't play this round, recover in the next one, and guess what? The recovery is not there. Beretta watches Hatch Russman for something cheeky. No work, no bueno, as they say. And they'll fall short, or maybe fall far, as they fall down the full 7 feet of that room, and unfortunately get sent even further down as they're killed off by the nice player of Beretta. And that's now a player disadvantage for Baby Back Boys.
Can I have a quick confession? I saw that white, like, part of the, I guess that's the attachment skin, and it looked like the CSGO skin. I had, like, this weird, like, deja vu. It's like, what game am I playing? Well, if you're just tuning in, you're playing some you're watching some Rainbow Six Siege. Hopefully you're not playing and watching at the same time, because that means that you'd be in the lobby, and that's just no bueno. Just like DDFD's kill, and it seems like Baby Back Boys, the roam downstairs is being picked apart one by one very systematically so far. In Coastal Crew Live, again, it's a potential for them to upset one of the strongest teams coming into this tournament. They're playing brilliantly, and with the man advantage, they're forcing Baby Back Boys to kind of go with their specialty, play very aggressive. They are doing that, but it's definitely not enough right now, as Coastal Crew Live is playing the trade game better than Baby Back Boys.
And the trade game is quite important, especially in the later stages. The information you gain off of a single death is highly important. And one they gained right there is the fact that there was a nitro cell lying in wait. Coastal Crew, they did the exact same thing on their defensive side. Baby Back Boys have taken a page maybe out of their book. With only Nightmares and Nyx left standing, there's still plenty of time for Coastal Crew to dive themselves onto site, and they're going to do it effectively. DDFT, great shot over to Nyx, but Nightmare with the SMG-11 finds their third, being the absolute menace to the side of CCL. Still holding strong, tags down DDFT, not able to finish the job. DDFT will rotate on over, applying the pressure from the rear side. They don't have the diffuser just yet. Slushy has to pick it up and move towards site. Nightmares will go from Trophy Hall. Snap to Classical. Apply pressure from the statue door. Fails to find the impact necessary. Will switch to the Mossberg lying down on the ground. He'll be DBNO. DDFT finished. Now down to the one-on-one. And Slushy gets felled by the Mossberg. And Nightmare clutches up. And it is no longer a dream for the Baby Back Boys side. It is a nightmare for CCL.
That was a perfect scenario for the Mossberg shotgun to be in. One close quarters and the other one mid-range. The shotgun just maneuvers its way through ease. We saw an ace early on the side of Coastal Crew Gaming, and it's a completely change of events for Baby Back Boys bringing out their own ace and delivering themselves to match point with that. We've seen the ace potential once before, in actually a few different rounds now. It's Baby Back Boys really relying on their ability to simply win gunfights. It's been 3 rounds in a row, in fact, that we've seen that be kind of one of the motifs of the Baby Back Boys defense. Now that they're on match point, hopefully they can play a little bit more unified as a team to prevent one player from going nuclear.
think the potential for going nuclear cannot be understated. I mean, when you have a single player that can pop off the way they have been, you saw what that can do to a team. Slushy was that player on the map of Clubhouse on both map 1 and map 2 that we saw Coastal Crew play. They had, what, 7 kills in the first one, 14 to 13 in the second? They were the player to stray themselves ahead to step above the competition. This time around, though, Baby Back Boys, I mentioned it, almost every one of their players has the potential to do that. Tabled already picked up a 4K at 10 and 8.
10
Nightmares
seconds to go.
15 and 6. And Not Russ is at 11 and 9. They are fragging
5
out of their
seconds
minds.
remaining.
And while, yes, 2 players on the side of Baby Back Boys may be lagging behind with only 3 kills each,
Attackers' objective is
it's
to locate a
still
bomb and
enough
defuse it.
to give them the odds ahead. And now Coastal Crew Live are looking down the bullet end of a barrel. Like I mentioned earlier, and they after had to bite the bullets, take the loss on the chin, but try to Neo dodge this one to show they're the one and try to catch up to lead us into OT.
Well, which pill is Coastal Crew gonna take though, Scott? That's gonna be the question. Like, which one do you select in this scenario?
I don't know. That's hard.
The red one because you're on the orange, and just hope that it's the right choice.
I get it. I'm colorblind, but there's orange and red are so different. There's no way. You do not just elude those colors.
They're
the
close
same
enough,
thing.
man.
Oh my goodness. Maybe in my eyes, but probably not to everyone else.
No.
Oh my goodness. 50
The graphic
seconds.
designers here, they're gonna be triggered with
It's
that
their
statement.
passion. Yeah, it's
Yep.
their passion too. So don't dog on that. 50 seconds? No, we'll make it 60. Close that one up here for a minute surpassing. And no one's actually been felt. Nightmare's taken a bit of damage, but we've seen how dangerous Nightmares could be. You'll see the Inox also attempt to be dangerous. They'll use the Adrenal Surge right after, hopefully allowing Beretta to maybe pursue that player, but they'll go ahead and send it the opposing direction, send them over towards main stairs, and have the side of Baby Back Boys play it a little bit safer, which may be the right idea, all things considering that when they lose that man advantage, things start to fall apart quickly, and the same can be said for Coastal Crew Live.
Map control well underneath Coastal Crew Live. They've established nice real estate, and hopefully they're able to take those dividend checks to the next level, to more control, and eventually into the bomb site control. They're using Beretta's Inox scanner to help facilitate that push, but I do have one concern. It's going to be the lack of drones. What happens, somebody's playing in a very odd corner, just like Russ there, and you can see
Bomb
what happens.
located
It's
by
Coastal Crew
attackers.
Live just coming together as a cohesive fighting unit to deal with that sudden onset pressure. It's now going to be the deployable shields, the next asset for Baby Back Boys. The one over by the main stairs is going to be a critical component, especially since it's not been destroyed yet. Don't look now. Look who just found the kill for Baby Back Boys. It's Nightmares. Creating Nightmare fuel in the lobby.
Continuing to pound the hurt down. Hirotoshi finds Nightmares, cuts away at the pieces that Baby Back Boys are trying to put together. Beretta finds Centrix. Nyx dives through. Justice Kente is going through that window and is able to find the nice frack from over towards main stairs. But you have to get greedy to try to go for that angle with full control over site. Really, the hands of Coastal Crew Live, they can go for this plant, and they'll do just that. Planting directly next to Study Door. It will go down. Table gets a nice shot with a pistol to Beretta. Nyx swings through to find Slushy. Now it's just Hirotoshi left standing in the 1-on-2. And while they do have this diffuser down, it's quite difficult to overcome this position. Hirotoshi will swing. Needs to find the player. Does just that, but Nyx baits out their teammate. Perfect idea. That's GG. No re. Baby Back Boys will be your victors. And they'll send us on out of here.
Defenders win.
$600 in the back pockets of Baby Back Boys after that beautiful clutch. A 2v4 into the post plan, and Baby Back Boys will survive based on the thing that we're hyping them up most for, Scott. Their mechanical skill and their simple ability to win gunfights. Well done to them. Coastal Crew Live goes against one of the best teams that we've seen in T3, T4 with a lot of experience there. And Coastal Crew Live played well against a very competent, a very well-experienced stack. So Coastal Crew Live, they're going to be putting $300 in their pockets, but my friend, they most certainly should have their heads held high.
That was one of the best games we could have possibly hoped for the final. Now, their game against who we saw earlier, their first game we watched, I don't know why I'm blanking on the team name. I think it was Mada or something like that.
It was Mosta.
Mosta? Yes, Mosta. Thank you very much, Brian. Their game against Mosta was amazing. It was a close game, but it was kind of run and gun for both teams for a while. They kind of devolved, I would say, from what we should have been able to see from them. This game, though there was some devolution from the side of Baby Boys, yeah, it works for them, right? And you had to see the side of CCL kind of adapt to it. And CCL's ability to play on both sides of the board, attack and defense, and really catch a team that everyone was expecting to step above and beyond just because of how much they were dominating the teams before this. They kept this extremely close. They deserved second place by far. And they definitely shot their shot for first, and it came close.
Well, Scott, our Carry to College tournament has concluded here. There's still more action to come in the future weeks. Stay Plugged In is always hosting events. Every single Tuesday, we got our Rocky League events, our Turbo Tuesday. Every Wednesday is Valorant, the Road to Radiant. And every Thursday is Smash Bros. Ultimate Thursdays. And we also have LANs coming up as well, my friends. So if you want to stay active in the Stay Plugged In ecosystem, make sure you guys use the commands right now in Twitch chat. I think it's what's the command? I think it's register for future
Maybe?
events.
Probably. I would
There's a
assume
command
that would
there.
probably
It's
be
in the
good to do.
ticker. I know for a fact it's in the ticker somewhere. So
Well, just wait. Everyone sit. Bracket, spin zone, stream
guide?
guide, website.
Website!
Do
Exclamation
that
mark
one. Do
website
that
right
one.
now in Twitch.
Go ahead. Everyone, everyone. Literally,
Exclamation
every
mark
single one
website
of
right
you.
now to find more about our Stay Plugged In events. We have Overwatch also tomorrow, so if you love the action that you saw here on the Rainbow Six Siege sign, you're going to have just as good action tomorrow. Scott, my friend, it's been a pleasure, hasn't it?
It has been so much fun, and we could not have done it, obviously, without you and I here in the caster booth. Just counting us out first here. You can obviously find our Twitters down below. That's those ats that are below our names. We also want to thank the people that are actually behind the scenes in the booth. J-Loft was our observer and did a great job. Obviously, just went through the absolute ringer when it came to all the rehosts and the technical problems and the astral, cosmic divides that kept going down on Clubhouse. Thank goodness we did not see Border. Big thanks to Blasky in the booth as well, helping run all this and doing the production side. Could not have done it without everyone in the booth. Big thanks all around. Spin has run an absolutely amazing event, and it was a pleasure for me to be able to join you, Brian, more specifically here in the booth casting it.
And Bearlight, too, for bringing us on board.
Yes.
My friend, it's been so much fun today. Again, more action to come. It's going to be Overwatch and, of course, our weekly events. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you then.